Hello. Let me know if you guys can hear me. Hello to. Oh, where's the window? Hello to Andrea and Catharsis, and Kelvin and Daboy, and HJ Fires, and Sleepy, and Ponscam, Brian McKee, Adam Fishkin, Diamond Lock Productions, and I saw Dana. I saw Monster Sloopy say they couldn't make it. And anyone else? Ariel, and I think that's everyone. Oh, here we go. Schiffer, the fact that YouTube has changed it to be everyone's ats instead of their username is so annoying. But hey guys, how's everyone going? I see I already have low keyframes over here, but let me just switch to hello, there I am. I'm already seeing an error from YouTube here. However, if you haven't been here in December in the past, I live in a coastal town with 2 or 3 beaches, depending on how you want to like designate what counts as the town. And because I'm in South Africa, it is the height of summer here at the moment. So our little town, who usually has a population of about 15,000 people, it's going to jump to about 40,000 until after the new year. So our poor Wi-Fi infrastructure is a little bit overtaxed, which is also why it's probably a good idea for me to stream now instead of waiting until later in the month, because it's only going to get worse. The holidays haven't even begun yet, and we're already sitting with the severe problems. The roads are a nightmare. The stores are a nightmare. I went out to go Christmas shopping for my brother earlier today, and we had to basically race back home because they were closing the street which we need to drive on to get back to our house, because they were doing like a Christmas night market. So if the stream buffers or goes down or anything like that, that's why. It's a time. It's the price you pay for living by the ocean. The tourists are back. They're not here yet, but I will say every single one of the houses around me, which are usually empty for most of the year, all of them have families in them. And the schools haven't even closed yet. The schools might have closed. I don't know if like people's businesses have closed yet though, but the people should still be working, and some people are not, and they're already down here. It's absolute nightmare. But hey guys, the boy says, excuse me, Madam Seapuff, but you're in the height of summer and talking about the roads. Clearly you've never seen the Canadian winter. I mean, that is true. I have seen the Canadian winter, but in my defense, I did not need to drive during a Canadian winter. I took the train and the bus. And I think I was in Vancouver, so that also doesn't really count, because Vancouver, I think it's like 3 inches of snow a year if they're lucky, right? It's not known for its snow. Anyway, before I start like yapping further, who are we drawing today? Let me just scooch a little closer, so then I can just chat while I'm drawing and I'm not wasting everybody's time. You'd think I'd have a plan starting a stream, but I never do, because I just know that if I plan to draw somebody, I'm going to be like, let's draw somebody else. Manhattan Cafe. I mean, we could do Manhattan Cafe if we want, if other people are fine with cringe horse girls. It's very sad when I did my Steam wrap up, and the most hours was luckily Baldur's Gate 3, but Uma Musume was number 2, and I think I have like 200 hours, and that's very embarrassing for a free gacha game. Since I read the Higurashi sound novel, how about one of those characters? I mean, we can do one of the Higurashi girls as well. That might be fun, actually. Should we do one of the Higurashi girls? What do you guys think? Because I wouldn't be against that. I need to get back to Higurashi. I'm still like, I'm near the end of chapter 1, but so if I'm near the end of chapter 1, that means I'm like 5 hours into it. Chewbacca's family from the Star Wars Holiday Special. Uma Musume? Yeah, I think it's between like a Higurashi Girl or Manhattan Cafe, where I'm not going to do too much gacha talk because I know not everybody is into gacha. I had to get Manhattan Cafe with pity because I don't spend money on the game. And I was so angry for a very long time because to get pity in Uma Musume is not easy. And I did not get any rares. I gambled 200 times, and I didn't get a single rare apart from like one alternative outfit for Ice Cafe, and I didn't get anything else. Sorry, I'm just trying to find a reference image here. I'm waiting for this to load. But I did get her on pity, so that's good at least. Here we go. Copy this and go back to live stream. I'm going to put her here. Yeah, that's good. I did find out I can actually paste her in the navigator here. If I go here. Yes, here. Oh, there's Dirge. Take him away and... No, not like that. Okay, no, you can't do it here. There's a way to paste it into the navigator, and then I don't have to have, like, her floating in the middle of nowhere. But I can't really remember if you have to, like, save the image and then, like, load it up that way. Anyway, how are you guys doing? Did I finish production last time I talked to you guys? I can't remember. Oh, Rob Reiner died. Oh, don't even get me started. Oh, not to like be very, very down on a live stream, but I had heard Rob Reiner died, and I was like, oh, that's a shame, because people were like listing top Rob Reiner movies, and people were saying to a reaction channel I watch, oh, you should do a Rob Reiner movie. So I was like, oh no, he died. That's so sad. And then my mom told me how he died, and I was like, how long into the stream? I'm a few minutes in. Okay. And I was like, what the fuck? Oh, good God. Good Lord. Oh no. Oh no. So I'm still kind of processing that. Because, oh, no. Oh no. But yeah, very, very, very sad. Stand By Me is like one of my favorite movies ever. Princess Bride as well, but Stand By Me especially. I really like that movie a lot. So Manhattan Cafe is actually, she tends to hunch over a lot. Kind of. I'm trying to think, because they do try and make her still the cutesy anime girl. So I don't think they have her hunched over that much. But she does like hunch over much more than the other girls. Didn't expect anyone to go out like that. Yeah, my mom says, again, I don't want to discuss it too much on stream because it is very, very, very nasty. But my mom says there had been problems with the son for a while. Like it was apparently an ongoing problem. So yeah, just very bad, very not good, very. It sucks that this is how. You know, when we talk about Rob Reiner, that's inevitably going to come up in discussion and then that is how he died. And forever, that's going to be part of the discussion when you talk about Rob Reiner, and that sucks. That really, 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 really sucks that you're always going to have to bring that up when discussing him. Unless you're, like, purely discussing his work. Which, I mean, I think you can do it then, but yeah. It sucks. It really, really, really sucks. I've never seen Stand By Me, but Princess Bride is one of my favorite movies. I actually highly recommend Stand By Me. I really, really like it. And I don't have, like, nostalgia for it. It's not a movie I watched as a teenager or child or anything. Not that I think children should watch Stand By Me. But I watched it very recently, and I really liked it. I think I watched it for the first time, like, maybe 2 or 3 years ago. And it's genuinely a fantastic movie. Just all around amazing film. Really, really good. The other thing I want to complain about, just because we were talking Stand By Me and the child actor who plays in Stand By Me, and that Oh, buffer? Okay, hold on. Let me know when I'm back. Let me know when I'm back. We back? Okay, there we go. Yeah, I can see myself bouncing on screen. Yay! Just streaming now before it gets worse, because it can get very, very bad during the holiday season. Like it gets very bad. Froze for a bit, but I'm good. Okay, yeah. If anybody worries at any point in the stream whether it's their internet or mine, it is almost definitely going to be mine. But as I was saying, Star Trek TNG, I very sadly found out that all of Star Trek is being taken off of Netflix. Like, all of them. And I guess that's what I get for not getting back to it in like 2 years. But I was so annoyed because I'm like, what do you mean you're just getting rid of them? So I was really annoyed about that. But then somebody contacted me through Tumblr. I don't know who this person is. They don't follow me or anything. But they were like, hey, I saw you complaining about Netflix taking down Star Trek. So here is a link to a drive with all of it. I was like flabbergasted. This person doesn't know me from, what's the saying? Is it, yeah, it's not from a slice of bread. I don't know. But this person doesn't know who I am. And they were like, yeah, sure, here's all of it. You can, you can download it. You can watch it online, whatever suits you. So that was very, very nice. Like all off, like, can you VPN a different country for it? I don't know. I don't have a VPN because VPNs tend to be very expensive because they don't really scale the price of VPNs for different countries. So they cost in my country the same that they cost in like America or England or whatever. The problem is my currency is very weak. So the cost of a VPN is just really expensive, like way more expensive than I can really justify spending money on. To this, I did not draw today, so we're gonna have to warm up as I go, which often means I make more mistakes before I kind of just get back into it, but we'll deal with it. But yes, so I was quite thankful to this person who just decided they'd help me out. It's like $5 a month as needed. I might have a look. The thing is as well though, and again, I have to be careful talking about, on YouTube, this kind of thing. It's not that hard for me to find things if I go looking for them. It's just annoying. Like TNG on Netflix was very convenient. It wasn't that I wouldn't be able to find it on my own. It was just really nice to have the convenience of it. Oh, well, it's here and I can just watch it. That's my main complaint. But like I said, it all worked out, so it's fine. Okay, Manhattan Cafe, she has these big autistic eyes, so I'm going to have to just get these right. Because her eyes are like her defining feature? Yes, defining feature. I did some drawing of a character a few days ago, not really weeks ago, just a few days ago. And it made me realize the way in which I draw the far side of the eye isn't as good as I would like it to be. So I'm trying to remember how I drew it then so I can kind of get it the same way. I think it was like that, rather than like being more pronounced with the corner. It's more flat here rather than having like the tear duct and everything, which is what I usually do. You heard CPuff is hopeless. Which I quite like. One thing about Uma Musume is I do enjoy that for a game about anime waifus, all the characters are really actually interesting. Some of them are very, very anime tropey, which is, not so much frustrating as just uninteresting, but because there are so many of them, they kind of have to go beyond just anime tropes, and especially like anime tropes for attractive anime girls to make the characters interesting. So I do like for Manhattan Cafe that she's kind of off-putting in a way. Like, I really like her, but her campaign and her story is just kind of creepy. And I really, really enjoy that. On a lighter note, Steven Spielberg is 79 today. Oh, I didn't even know that. Have I mentioned? I must have mentioned that Close Encounters is my favorite movie of all time, which is a Steven Spielberg film. I must have said that at some point. I also see somebody say that Dick Van Dyke is 100. Yeah, Dick Van Dyke, he turned 100, I think, last week? I can't remember. But yeah, I saw that. And good for him. I genuinely can't believe he's still around, but that's awesome. Let me just try and figure this out. Because her eyes aren't actually that big. I'm going to have to scale this down. I drew these way too big. Her eyes aren't actually that much bigger than the other characters. It's just because she has like very light colored eyes and she has very small pupils. So it kind of gives the illusion that her eyes are bigger than they actually are. I just find it funny how posts about him turning 100 just use him in the old makeup in Mary Poppins. I actually saw the announcement with a more recent photo of him. So there is that at least. Unfortunately, the way I learned that he turned 100 was people sharing around that absolutely asinine tweet that was made by some other website where they censored his name. And I got so angry because I dislike censorship in general. But you're censoring a man's name, right? That's his name. What the hell are you doing? So I kind of crashed out on Tumblr about that for a bit just because I was so disgusted about that. Because it's like probably one of the stupidest things I've ever seen in my life. Like that's the kind of thing you would make up to like parody censorship. Why though? Because his name is Dick Van Dyke. Like literally that's why. It's so stupid. Dana, you said you were watching Idiocracy this week. That seems like something that would be in that movie. It's insane. They probably censor all New Zealanders. Okay, let me see. So her eyes are quite big, but I mean she's an anime girl, so maybe that's not too big a problem. I can scale them down if they get a little bit too much. Also, I want to just kind of get rid of this eyelash that I drew here because I didn't actually check how her eyelashes are structured, and I want to draw them the same in both eye also. More like that. There we go. She doesn't really smile much, so I'm just going to give her like a default expression. Also, I need to sneeze. And now that I've said that, I'm not going to sneeze. Oh, geez. If I sneeze in the next few seconds, I apologize. Hey, K. Adlon. How much money do I need to donate to make sure the next art stream is Chewbacca's family? You know what? I should make a note of that and do that in January or something. Because I really like that idea, but I would probably have to spend a little bit more time on it because I don't know if I can just draw Lumpy from memory. Because like how would you draw Lumpy from memory, right? He's got like eyes like this. And see, I can't remember, what does Chewbacca's nose even look like? Is it just like a dog nose, I suppose? And he's got teeth like this. Like, it's something like that. And then he's just got hair. And, like, I think it's something like that, if I remember correctly. And he's just got, like, this horrible, like, parting right in the middle of his hair. Something like this. And he just makes horrible noises for, like, the entirety of the special. If you haven't seen the Star Wars Holiday Special, I actually highly recommend it. But in the same way, I would recommend a Neil Breen movie. And if you watch the Star Wars Holiday Special, I recommend watching the Riff Tracks version because I haven't timed it, but I'm pretty sure it's 10 or 11 minutes or something along those lines before a single English word is spoken. And for like 10 minutes, it's nothing but Wookiee noises without any subtitles or anything. It's just Wookiee noises for a solid while before anybody who actually speaks English comes on camera. And it's insane. I don't know why they did it that way. But from what I heard, the people who made the Star Wars Holiday Special, they were people who didn't actually know what they were doing in terms of making a special of anything. It's kind of like the people who made the live-action Super Mario Brothers movie, from what I heard. But I need to like double-check my facts, because I'm just speaking from the top of my memory here, and I might not remember it 100% accurately. Do that? No, that's not good. Do it like this, maybe? Because then her yes, that works. Okay, cool. I still can't believe the holiday special is real. I've never seen it, but it sounds like such a friggin' acid trip. It basically is. And the RiffTrax version is great because they leave in all the commercials that played in between the special. So they're like riffing on the commercials as well, which is kind of awesome. I just get a kick out of like the very, very 1970s commercial. It's really good. The only holiday film I actually enjoy watching annually is Gift of the Night Fury. I have not seen that, but I have like personal beef with anything How to Train Your Dragon after the first one, mostly because I hate the second How to Train Your Dragon with a fiery passion. I really, really hate that movie so much. So I just kind of dipped after that one. I'm like, yeah, no, I'm done. No, thank you. I'm done here. Goodbye. Just check her eyes again. Yeah, no, it literally is just that scary. Yeah, that's better. I've actually drawn her pupils bigger than they are in the game itself. Just want to check. I saw she has bottom lashes. Can't really see because her hair is in the way. Let me just see if I can find another picture where you can see her eyelashes, just so I can see what shape they give her. Check here on the wiki. Okay, here we go. So I'm just going to copy this image, go back to live stream, just paste this here. Just want to see what they do. Okay, so she kind of has relatively sharp eyelashes, but not super sharp. Okay, so I'm just going to hide her again because I'm using this one for reference. So I've kind of made her eyes a little bit rounder than they actually are. And I could squash them, but then it's going to distort the circle. And I'm quite happy with how they're looking so far, so I don't want to mess with them too much. I might just kind of elongate them a little bit using her eyelashes. This one's a little high. Yeah, so they're about here. The only real holiday movie I watch during this time is, ironically enough, the Star Wars Holiday Special. That's one of those I watch it every year, specifically the RiffTrax version, like I said, because I can't with all the Wookiees. But the other one was always The Muppet Christmas Carol, but I haven't watched that one in a few years because I don't really want to get burnt out on it. But that's another one that's like almost a staple. She looks like she would flip switch into a psycho in a second. She's not really violent herself. Her gimmick is... maybe I should explain for people who don't play gacha games. The thing with Manhattan Cafe is she sees ghosts. She talks to ghosts. She kind of drags hauntings around her. So if you are her trainer in the game, like things start happening around you, like paranormal activity, both good and bad. And I am convinced that she also kind of has psychosis, but the fact that she sees ghosts is completely unrelated to the fact that she also happens to have psychosis. Like the talking to ghosts is unrelated to the psychosis. she's awesome. She's a really good character. I like her a lot. Hey, Arad Cohen. Yeah, I always remember because for some reason, I trip up on whether it's a D or a B in your name. I don't know why. Yeah, that neck's okay. I was worried it's a little too thin, but it's fine. I've got a fairly obscure one I always go back to. Has anyone heard of a movie called Blizzard? It's about a North Pole reindeer voiced by Whoopi Goldberg who befriends a human girl. And it's so freaking sad at the end, but it's such a good movie. Maybe I'm nostalgia blind, but I don't care. I love it. I have not heard of that one. It does make me think of, there's a movie that I haven't actually watched, but it was one I always saw at the video store when we went to go rent VHS. It's called Prancer. And I was just always fascinated by this movie, and I looked it up on Letterboxd quite recently. And apparently it's one of those movies where, oh, it's a little girl and she befriends a wild animal, and then it just kind of crushes your heart. Kind of like Andre. I don't know if you guys remember the movie Andre with the sea lion. Kind of similar to that by what I'm seeing from the reviews on Letterboxd. But that's one I actually kind of want to check out, because I recently I watched somebody react to Homeward Bound for the first time. And Homeward Bound, I mean, that is another movie that just kind of rips your heart apart as you watch it. But I remember watching that as a kid, but I never really appreciated as a child how good that movie is shot. Like, the cinematography in that movie is amazing. And just the way it shows the American landscape, I guess. It's really, really gorgeous to me, especially as somebody who comes from a country where we don't have forests. So the way that Homeward Bound is shot, where it really showcases that side of America, is just really, really good looking to me. And yeah, I forgot what my point was. But yeah, that's just something where rewatching the movie through a reactor, because I'd seen it, right? So even though it's not the whole movie, and even though it's leaving out context, I know what the movie is, I've seen it. But I'd never really paid attention to the cinematography before. And it really struck me, just legitimately how good that movie looks. Unfortunately, the other thing I noticed while watching the reaction channel is that the father in Homeward Bound is played by the guy who plays the main character in Airplane, which was a little hard for me to unsee. I remember Slappy and the Stinkers, which was fascinatingly odd. I have never heard of that before in my life. Let me just pay attention here, because I don't want to mess up her anatomy here. So, which I think I've kind of got her proportions are quite strange here already. But again, she's an anime girl, so it's not that vital for her to have completely realistic proportions, I don't think. Especially because she has so much fabric going on here. A lot of it is going to get covered up here. But I think I do want to just kind of adjust this a little bit, because I'm not super happy. Yeah, I want to bring the rib cage up a little bit. Bring this here and do that. There we go. I want to do an analysis of the How to Train Your Dragon movies versus show versus books. That would be quite an undertaking, but it's something that I would actually really like, because I don't have the patience or time, mostly patience, to watch all the movies, read the books, even if it's just the first one, watch all the TV shows. Like, I don't know that I would be able to devote that much time and energy to it. But that's a topic that I would really enjoy listening to somebody else who's really passionate about the subject kind of break down for me. Like, that's something I would actually really, really like. I don't know if anybody's ever done that. I know that Dominic, I think Dominic did a comparison between the book and the movie, but I'm not sure. I haven't watched him recently because I had an issue with the way that he decided to review certain movies moving forward, which is like a whole thing. He just changed his reviewing style, and I don't like his new reviewing style, so I haven't watched him in a while. I want to learn a language, but I need to solve my ADHD first. Yeah. If you figure out how, let me know. That means you'd have to watch that modern day TV show that's apparently really bad. Yeah. Apparently the other one isn't that bad. But again, I really didn't like the second How to Train Your Dragon at all. I think it really betrays what the first one is. So my tolerance is really, really low. So it might be that the TV show is, in my opinion, quite bad, whereas other people might not have as big an issue with it. You'll be the first to know when I make my breakthrough. Yeah, please let me know. Speaking of which, I saw that Guardian HQ has a new video, and I need to watch that. They made a video about Forspoken, which I do admit, as much as I love a breakdown of a terrible video game, I have been avoiding videos talking about Forspoken because the level of secondhand embarrassment I get from the dialogue in that game is like off the charts. It is really embarrassing. And so I haven't really watched people like play through it or anything like that. Even if it's an edited video, it's not a full playthrough. Just because it's so painful just to see the clips, I don't know whether I would be able to survive a full video going into it. So I will watch Guardian HQ's video, but I haven't yet because I'm like steeling myself for it because I just know it's going to be horrible. It's going to be extremely painful to sit through. Not because of Guardian HQ, but just because of the nature of Forspoken. I still don't understand. One of the main writers for Forspoken was the main writer for the first 3 Uncharted games. How are the 2 games written by the same person? Yeah, that's weird. I don't know if they were unable to translate their style of dialogue from Nathan Drake to a character who is a much younger girl. I don't know whether that might be the problem because Nathan Drake is also kind of a quip machine, right? The thing is, Nathan Drake was written before that became the new favorite way to write characters. So I actually quite like Nathan Drake. I really enjoy him as a character, but I can see that style of what we call like Marvel writing these days not really working for the main character in Forspoken. I didn't even know what her name is. I don't know whether it's worth remembering what her name is. I just moved something with my freaking mind. Ugh. It's so bad. And the thing is, it's not just that the dialogue is bad, it's that the acting is bad as well. And I think, did I comment this or did I say it in Discord? I was watching Mauler's new video about Star Wars Outlaws. I think I might have commented on it. Where halfway through the video, when he was showing off the acting for Kay, I was like, can we ban young people living in Los Angeles from being voice actors? Because I'm so sick of like the Forspoken line delivery, you know, where I'm like, I can hear the $50 frappuccino in her other hand as she's saying these lines. It's so painful. And I don't know why they keep doing this. It's not just like video games, it's also movies and stuff. I'm like, why do you keep hiring these actors who sound like this? I don't get it. Isn't that pretty much all Joss Whedon's doing? That is a difficult thing to answer because on one hand, yes, but it's not so much that it's Joss Whedon's fault, even though it is. It's that Joss Whedon did it and it worked and it worked very well. And now everybody is trying to write the exact same way that Joss Whedon writes. And that's where the problem is. It's not so much Joss Whedon himself, even though he is entirely the one who caused this, right? He's like patient zero for how we got here. It's a fascinating question though. Like, it's something I would like to go into maybe, but then also I would have to subject myself to a lot of really terrible modern movies and TV shows, and I just don't think I have the stamina to do that. You know, watching Velma is one thing because, I don't know, I think because Velma is relatively short. You know, it's 2 seasons and it's like, what, 20 episodes or whatever. But I can handle watching Velma much more than I can handle trying to watch like a modern Marvel movie. Like I don't know what it is specifically. Maybe it is as simple as, well, Velma is animated. So even though the writing and everything else is terrible, I can still look at the visual art and be able to find value in that, and I can kind of dissect the storyboarding and the color direction and all and that kind of thing, and like the background art. Whereas in a live action movie, I can't do any of that. I can do it a little bit, but it's obviously not my field, so I'm not as well versed in it, and it makes the acting so much more in your face, and it's it's hard. I can't really explain what the big difference is between the two, but there definitely is a difference. Let's cover Lumpy here. I don't want to see him anymore. Oops, thought I was in pencil. There we go. But yes, I don't know. It also depends though, because there are certain animated things where I just can't watch it because of, I want to say cringe, which it is cringe, but it's not specifically that kind of cringe. It's more like the secondhand embarrassment, I guess is the best way to put it, where I'm like I'm like crawling out of my skin listening to some of the dialogue just because I can't take it, just because it's so embarrassing to listen to. Who are we drawing today? We are drawing Manhattan Cafe, who's one of the horse girls in the Uma Musume gacha game, because I once again came on camera without a plan of who I'd like to draw, and somebody in chat asked to draw Manhattan Cafe. And I always say, oh, next time I'll do this, next time we'll do this character, but then I never remember. So then the next time I stream, I'm always like, okay, well, who are we drawing today? And then the cycle continues. Genres keep crossing over in awkward ways because WGA members need to be versatile even if their clear forte is in one niche. I mean, I suppose that's part of it. I did see, there was a discussion a few years ago about the death of the comedy film and how what happened was Marvel kind of assimilated the comedy genre because Marvel films try to be absolutely every single genre at the same time. And it just kind of sucked in the comedy genre as well. And yeah, I want to say there has been comedy films coming out that aren't like the big studios, but I actually don't know whether there are. Like the only comedy that really comes out today is part of like a bigger movie. It's not something that can like classify itself as a pure comedy. Not like if you think back to like the 80s where you'd have films like Caddyshack and stuff, or even I guess Pretty in Pink kind of classifies. Pretty in Pink might have a little bit more going on, but I mean it's still a comedy. I think that's how it would market itself. But you don't really get that anymore. Like all comedy that you get these days is basically Marvel movies, and the only way that Marvel movies, oh no, you know what did come out? I completely forgot. The new Naked Gun movie came out. I forgot about that. I haven't seen it because why would I? But I hear it's pretty good, so I haven't seen it. But the reason why is because I avoided it because I was like, why the hell would I watch a new Naked Gun movie that doesn't have Leslie Nielsen in it? But then people were saying, no, surprisingly, it's actually good. So yeah, okay, I take it back. So we have one. We have one. It's better than none, I suppose. I just want to check her hair because her hair, I don't want to make it follow this line against her neck too much. Otherwise, it's not going to look good. So I think I need to fan it out a little bit like this. Yeah, that works. And then it curls back here and then it goes there. And then this goes here. Yeah, like that. So that's how it goes. And then she has her not ahikao or what do you call this? Ohage? Oh, thank you, Avina. Oh, thank you, Brian. That's very kind of you. Merry Christmas, CPUP. thanks for all the content you do and the streams. I look forward to it every month. Let's hope your New Year's resolution is Mass Effect streams. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm hoping so. We're finished with production, so I'm hoping I'll have a little bit more time for a while. Obviously, I want to focus on getting Velma Part 2 out. That's a big focus now, now that I'm not working on anything at the moment. And then I'm hoping I can get those back up and running because, you know, it's time and energy. That's really what it boils down to. Even when I might have time, sometimes I'm just so worn out from working on production that I can't sit down and then stream for like 5 hours. I was actually wondering when we were reaching the end of production, I was wondering whether I was deficient in like vitamins or something, whether I should up my vitamin intake or something like that, just because I was so tired all the time. But then, of course, when we stopped production a few days later, I stopped being tired all the time. Turns out it wasn't a vitamin deficiency. I just was really tired because I was working hard. Yeah, it might have been vitamin D. I just didn't get out enough because I was working all the time, I suppose. But that was just very funny to me. It's like, oh, it wasn't like dietary or deficiency. It was literally just working too hard. Let me just see how her fringe works here before I start yapping again. Because I don't want to get it wrong, because it's one of those things where if you get specific parts of a design wrong, some of it you can kind of fudge a little bit, but there are certain designs where if you don't get it right, it just does not look like the character anymore. And eyes are a big part of that, but also I feel like with an anime character, the hair is a very, very big part of the design overall, so it's important to kind of nail that as much as one can. Here we go. Just erase that. There we go. Luckily, her hair isn't too complicated once you get past the fringe, because her hair is basically just straight. I know it splits in the middle behind her, but you don't really see that unless she's running. But from what I heard, it wasn't that great. I meant more an AA film that had the massive impact of other AA films, and like I said, the last one I can think of is Pirates of the Caribbean. I mean, I guess so, yeah. Pirates of the Caribbean, that kind of had the thing where it tried to be a comedy as well. However, I don't think that anybody would classify Pirates of the Caribbean as a comedy film, like, right? Yes, it's a pirate movie, but I feel if you had to play the genre game, you'd classify it in the adventure category. Your action adventure, that's what you meant with AA. Yeah, that's another one where it's like, I don't know if we really had action adventure aside from Marvel and Star Wars, whatever they're doing with Star Wars. I don't even know if Disney knows what they're doing with Star Wars at this point. I think they're too scared to make a movie. I don't keep up with their stupid roadmaps where they say what they're going to make in the future, because I don't know. I don't know how truthful those roadmaps even are these days, because they keep changing things. But I don't know whether they're planning to make like a Star Wars theatrical movie anytime soon, or if they're just too scared to do that at the moment. Because they seem to mainly be focusing on TV shows and video games. Although, again, watching Mauler's video on Star Wars Outlaws, that doesn't seem to be going well for them either. Although that said, I really, really hope the new Knights of the Old Republic game is going to be good. I don't know whether it will be good. It's got a pedigree behind it in terms of its director, but I don't know, because the brand is a little bit cursed at the moment. Half of them get changed or cancelled. Yeah, like, I don't want to make a statement like, oh, they're doing that to appease their investors, but they don't actually plan on making those things, because I don't know whether that's true or not, so I can't just say that And I don't even know if I were to sit and think about it, whether I'd agree with myself if I gave it some actual thought. But it does seem like they will announce a bunch of stuff, but none of it actually really gets off the ground. And then I don't know how much of it was ever meant to get off the ground in the first place. Wasn't the last Pirates of the Caribbean the one where Johnny Depp gave so little of a shit his lines were read to him through an earpiece? I believe so. I remember something like that. Yeah. Yeah, I think so. I stopped watching them at the third movie, and I can't remember a single thing about the third movie. I really can't. I think that's the one where the voodoo priestess turned out to be the, like, Davy Jones's lover or something? I don't know. I don't know. It's like I was talking about Transformers Animated on Tumblr the other day, and I was saying I remember very little about this show. Unfortunately, everything I do remember about this show are all the negative parts, and that's kind of how it is with Pirates of the Caribbean past the first one. I remember the first one pretty well, but all that I really remember about the third and second one is just things that are not great about it. Okay, well, Davy Jones. Davy Jones is a really cool character, but in terms of like plot and story, it's like I genuinely can't remember. Let's be real, no Star Wars game will ever replace the true best Star Wars game, Lego Star Wars The Complete Saga. The best Star Wars game ever, and do not fight me for this. You will lose. Is that the one where they have Jar Jar Binks just be a Sith? Like, I know that there's a Lego game where they just straight up have Jar Jar be a Sith. Which, not to make somebody else's video my own opinion, but Implement's video about Jar Jar, where it does make one wonder whether George did actually plan for Jar Jar to be a Sith, because I'd heard about that rumor for years, and I'm like, that just kind of sounds like cope to me. But then you like watch Implement's video where he kind of breaks it out, and I'm like, you know what? There might kind of be a chance that there was some plan in place here, and after the visceral reaction of the fans, they completely shifted gears. That is not out of the realm of possibility. But again, I don't know whether that's just somebody like coping or developing a headcanon. I don't know. But I do know that the Lego Star Wars games made it canon. They just turned Jar Jar into a Sith, which is fantastic. By the way, it's really good. I'm a big fan of that. I think he's a Sith in the animated series, Rebuild the Galaxy. Oh, okay. I didn't know there was a series as well. I thought there was just the Lego games. But yeah, because I've seen the clips, but I'm not 100% sure which iteration of Lego Star Wars it actually comes from. No, that's not the Star Wars game I meant. I just meant the one with episodes 1 to 6. You can make a custom character that's a Jar Jar Sith, though. Well, okay, well then I have to agree with you that it's the best Star Wars game just based on that alone, right? Let me just see what her coat is doing. I think it's literally just... It's just like a trench coat. It's not that elaborate. It's just a coat. Which is great, because some of the characters in this game, they've got outfits which are really over the top and all over the place. So a coat I can handle. Because that's the other thing, right? I don't mind drawing very detailed character designs, but when I'm on live stream, I'm like reading chat and I'm having a conversation and I'm thinking of topics to discuss, so there isn't a bunch of dead air and all of that. So it can be a little bit tricky if the character has like a lot of details for me to do all of that and then also focus on the overall design. It's also why I wouldn't draw like the Emperor from Baldur's Gate on live stream, because I would die if I tried. Well, I imagine the Lego Star Wars games are only canon with themselves. Yeah, but also I kind of have that mentality about Star Wars as a whole. Like, I really like the original trilogy. I really do enjoy it. But before the prequels came out, I kind of had this idea of what Obi-Wan and Anakin's relationship before the original series was like. And it was just like a headcanon, right? It wasn't even really a headcanon. It was just like, oh, this is a cool idea of what it might have been like. And then the prequels came out and they were terrible. And I was like, well, my idea was better. And I don't have to accept these as canon, quite frankly. I can accept them as a different canon, but I can kind of separate them in my head into like different categories. You know what I mean? The original trilogy is it's one category, and the prequels are another category, and whatever the hell Disney is doing along with the sequels are entirely their own category. And then KOTOR is in a specific category, and then you have like the extra, what do you call it? Like the extended universe stuff, I think is what it's called. Like that's also kind of in its own category. So you have like all these separate canons. And even though the actual canon might have them cross over and interact with each other, you don't really have to accept that one is canonical to the other. And that is kind of cope. But at the same time, it's like, well, why do I have to accept it, right? If it's bad, I don't have to accept it as being part of the same franchise. And I say this because I'm a big Dragon Age fan and Veilguard came out. So that's also part of it. Please no separate canons. We do not need Disney dragging the multiverse into Star Wars. You know what? That's an excellent point. That's an amazing point. And now I've completely changed my mind. And I agree that everything is in the same canon because that avoids us introducing another multiverse. Disney is going to do that thing where it's like, oh, when you approach warp speed, you open up to a separate canon or something like that. I don't know. Thing is, Star Trek managed to do it, but maybe not modern Trek, but like old Star Trek just seemed to have a better handle on that kind of stuff where it's like, yeah, there are other alternative realities and you can go to them, but it's ill-advised and it's against Federation law or whatever, so people just don't. They know it exists and they just leave it alone. Because time travel also exists in Star Trek. Like, they literally can time travel, but it's against the law, so they just don't. Because it also screws too many things up, so they're just like, yeah, no, we're not going to mess with that. It exists, but we're just going to leave it alone. And I think that's kind of amazing that you have a franchise where it's like, yeah, no, time travel exists, and the characters know it exists. They just don't mess with it because it's not worth it. You're still in the mailroom, Dana. I think you're onto something, though. Zelda is largely self-contained per game, even though it has a loose timeline. I'm one of those people, I'm not a massive Zelda fan, I have to admit. I always say that the best Zelda game is Okami, but I always felt that the introduction of the timeline was a mistake, and not because, oh, I don't like it, but because I felt that it made things a little too concrete, and in doing that, they opened it up a little bit too much to like, okay, well, this is a continuity error, but how can this game follow this game? Because that doesn't make sense, because this game is supposed to go between these games. Like, it just opens up a lot of baggage, which the series did not have before, because it was never written with the idea of all these games being connected beyond just the premise and the characters, right? So I always felt that introducing a timeline was just a bad idea. But again, not because I disliked it or anything, just because I don't feel like it helped anything. It kind of just caused more problems than it was worth, if you ask me. And I think some evidence of that is if you look at a lot of the Zelda content creators on YouTube, some of them have the most insane headcanon theory crafting I've ever heard in my life. And it all spurs from them trying their best to make sense of the timeline because it doesn't make sense. Sometimes I think the whole canonity thing is just better left alone. Handle it like Sonic does. Who friggin' knows what game took place when? Yeah, like, and also Sonic kind of also has the thing, right, where you've got the comics. They're kind of their own thing. Their canon isn't really tied to the game's canon, even though all the characters that are in the games are in the comics, but not all the characters in the comics are in the games. You're talking about the Hyrule Historian. I'm not talking about anyone specific because I don't subscribe to any of these people. But sometimes I'll watch a video if it comes by my recommended, if it looks interesting. And I've just had like 1 or 2 videos where I listen to the person talking and I'm like, what is bro talking about? And I don't really pay attention to who it is. And because I'm not subbed to them, I don't know if this is like a common thing in their videos or if I just happen to get a really weird one. So I can't say if it's like the Zelda historian or not, the Hyrule historian or not, because I don't really know the names. I just know videos that I've seen where I'm like, what on earth is this video even about, right? Sonic Sat-AM was my fave because it had all the comic characters. Yeah, fair. Let me just see. Okay, so I've got the basics down. She's got a whole bunch of details here, though. Oh, she's got the belt. That's kind of one of the other big details. Oh, thank you, Ravina. Thank you, Kevin Riley. Just throw a message down in chat because YouTube is cutting off your full name. But it's Kevin Riley, I can see at least. Thank you. Have to watch this later due to work, but wanted to drop by to say hi and wish everyone a happy holidays. Also, CPUF, what's your favorite Christmas/holiday movie? My favorite one, the automatic response is The Muppet Christmas Carol. But if I had to like actually stop and think about it, I'm not sure. I don't remember much of it, but I do remember really enjoying Arthur Christmas, like way more than I thought it would, than I thought I would, because it's one of those rare movies where none of the characters in it are inherently the bad guy. And the problem of the story is just, here is the situation with people with different perspectives on it, and the conflict in the movie is trying to get all these people to be able to function together. And it's really difficult because they have clashing ideals and they have different opinions on how things should be done. And again, it's not that any of them are bad or any of them are trying to be evil. It's not even that any of their ideas are bad. It's literally just people with different perspectives on how they think being Santa should be run, and that clashing between them. And I found that extremely interesting, especially for like an animated Christmas movie, where you don't really often see that level of effort put into the character writing. You know, it'd be much easier to just be like, oh, well, there are 2 brothers who are becoming Santa. And the one that's like overly efficient is the evil one. And the one who wants to do it the traditional way is the good one. Like, it doesn't do that. You have the super efficient brother, but it's not that his methods are wrong. It's just he has different ideas about how to go about being Santa. Also, I'm chatting. I need to look how this is connected. Okay, no, it's actually connected by a ring. And then it's got a little connection of chain to this, like that. Like that. There we go. But I remember liking Arthur Christmas, but I need to watch it again because I've only seen it once. But I do remember enjoying that one quite a lot. But in terms of like the one I watched the most, it's Muppet Christmas Carol. And like I said earlier, I enjoy the Star Wars Holiday Special, but you must understand, I say that in the way I say I enjoy Mystery Science Theater, right? It's not I enjoy it because I think it's good. I enjoy it because it's a bloody train wreck. It's really bad. And it's the kind of bad that just like fuels me. It's the kind of bad that I just really, really enjoy. Also, I noticed I made her tie too long, so I'm going to shorten that a little bit. Because it's actually only up until here. It's not all the way down here. Get rid of that. And then we can bring her coat down here like this. Bring this here. So coat comes here, coat comes here, coat comes here. And yes, so her actual vest or shirt or whatever this is over here, like that. I think. That'll be a future me problem when I get to inking. We'll worry about that later. A more serious question though. with that 15 game timeline being so well managed, wouldn't you have to play every game before you get caught up with the new releases? Feels like it'd be a bit difficult to access for newcomers. That is definitely a problem. And I spoke about this. Oh, I actually had the code here. I actually spoke about this in the last stream, where I'm a big fan of the Ratchet and Clank games. However, a problem with the Ratchet and Clank games is that before they did like the reboot thing, you essentially had to play every single game made since 2002 all the way up until what are the ones after Crack in Time? There are two. There's let me actually look it up. I can't remember what they're called exactly. Ratchet and Clank. There's the Nexus Dimension one. I know that one. I think it's just called Nexus. The thing is, as well, is their names change depending on what country they're released in. Yes, so there's Crack in Time. There's All for One. There is Full Frontal Assault. It's Ratchet and Clank. Into the Nexus. Before the Nexus. So you have to play everything from 2002 all the way to 2013 to be able to understand what's happening in the Nexus games, because it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You essentially have to play 10 games, and some of them are on the PS2 and some of them are on the PS3, just to kind of understand what's going on. And that I'm pretty sure that's also a big reason why they did like the reboot for the newer games on PS4, is because they were like, we can't expect people to play platformer games stretching back to 2002 to understand the plot. And that's not even going into the comic book, which has some massively important character moments in it. But to answer your question in terms of like Zelda, I think there's a way to do it in terms of timeline without like making it so that you have to play the others. You can make them self-contained in terms of character and story, but have the history kind of in place. I'm trying to think how I can say it, and it's a little difficult to like voice it on the fly. It's like something I would have to write my thoughts out properly to really explain what I mean. But I feel there is a way to do it, especially because with Legend of Zelda, you've got the whole reincarnation thing, right? So you don't specifically have to have the characters remember what happened in previous games. And you can even have them be kind of oblivious to the whole reincarnation arc and all of that. But you can be a little bit more consistent with the history. You know what? I can compare it a bit to the Elder Scrolls games, because the Elder Scrolls games are kind of like that. Even if you ignore the fact that they often contradict their own history and their own lore, which is a big problem with the Elder Scrolls. But you can play Morrowind without having played Daggerfall or Redguard or Arena or any of those games. You can just play Morrowind. And similarly, you can play Oblivion without having played Morrowind, although you shouldn't, because Oblivion is terrible. I hate that game. My hatred for Oblivion will never die. Oh, I need to add her ear accessory as well, because that's kind of important, because if you don't play Uma Musume, the ear accessory designates whether the horse the character is based on is a stallion or a mare, depending on which ear it's on. Because this game is bananas. I mean, I prefer it to one of the Cassidys or Osmonds or whatever. I'm not entirely sure what you mean by that. I don't know whether you're replying to me or if you're just referencing something I'm not familiar with. For reference, I was talking to MK. I think Zelda actually does a great job of self-containment. We were talking about a different game, hence my question. Oh, okay, I understand. See, this is the problem when I'm like drawing and reading chat and trying to keep up. Sometimes I like catch half conversations and then I'm not entirely sure what people are talking about, which is mainly my own fault. My Elder Scrolls knowledge starts and ends with Skyrim. Oh no. But I think Skyrim is another one like that, where you don't need to know Oblivion or the others before Skyrim, because it's a self-contained game. Yeah, like you don't need to know anything before Skyrim to play Skyrim. The only thing you need to know before you play Skyrim is that the writing in Skyrim for the main quest is terrible, and the writing for the main quest in Morrowind is actually really, really good. So if you ever plan on playing Morrowind, don't think that the writing is also going to be terrible for the main quest the way it is in Skyrim, because the writing in Morrowind is actually really, really good. But you don't need to know who the Nerevarine is to play Skyrim, right? You can just play Skyrim. Having the games take place centuries apart also helps, like Skyrim or Zelda. Yeah, exactly. Like, they're separate. If you just separate them by time, it's fine, right? It's not a big problem. Hardware Wars is my holiday special. I don't know Hardware Wars, but hearing that name, I kind of want to now. Oh, you said Brian actually asked what about Skyrim. And Diana says, hope everyone's having a nice holiday season. I am so far. We're just getting a lot of tourists in town, which is a little bit stressful because the roads and stores and everything is a nightmare. But otherwise, it's going pretty well. I am happy that this summer is a little bit warmer than last summer, because I was actually really upset with summer last year because it was really not very warm. And I am not somebody who enjoys winter at all. So I was not very impressed by how cold it was. But this year it's been quite warm, so I'm happy with that. Hardware Wars is a Star Wars parody that uses items such as irons to retell the story of Star Wars. So it's a bit like Thumb Wars, I'm guessing. Which, I haven't seen Thumb Wars, but I'm aware of Thumb Wars' reputation. And I mean, I've seen Kung Pao, which is kind of like Thumb Wars, I suppose. For reference, it's the very first Star Wars parody ever made. 15 minutes of cheeky trolldom. Okay, I'd be into that. That sounds exactly like something I'd like. Which is weird, right? Because I can't say that I really like Spaceballs as much as other people do. I like Mel Brooks. I really enjoy Mel Brooks. But for some reason, Spaceballs just doesn't really do it for me. And I can't really explain why. I don't know if it's because it just doesn't parody Star Wars close enough. Like, I would like it to parody I would like it to stay a little closer to Star Wars to be a parody of Star Wars. Also, I don't know if I like this pen. I think I'm actually going to switch pens. Where is the ice cream pen? Here we go. It's a little cleaner, but it's a little easier to manage, so I'm going to use it. Spaceballs is just Capra's It Happened One Night in Space. That is a bold statement. I would have to rewatch Spaceballs to see if I agree with you or not. I want to say I don't agree, but again, I haven't seen Spaceballs in a while, and I haven't seen It Happened One Night in a while. I would have to watch them back to back and like see if I agree with your vision. That's what you said earlier about Star Wars. But yeah, Spaceballs, like I said, not really my cup of tea. Although I will admit, I am curious about the new Spaceballs, because I know people are saying, oh, we're getting remake slop, we're getting sequel slop, even Spaceballs is getting a sequel. I don't know whether people realize that that's the joke. Like, when Mel Brooks said he's making a new Spaceballs, I immediately got the reason why he wanted to do that, because making a new Spaceballs in of itself is the joke, right? And I haven't been keeping up with news about it or anything, but part of me kind of hopes he gets all the same actors, obviously the ones that are still alive, to play the exact same characters and have them all be old, but literally play the same characters, because I feel like that's the kind of joke that Mel Brooks would make. If I'm going to watch Mel Brooks, I'm probably putting on Men in Tights. Yeah, agreed. Men in Tights or Blazing Saddles. I think Blazing Saddles is the one I like the most. However, Men in Tights is the one I grew up with. I watched that movie religiously when I was a child, which probably says a lot about me. So I wouldn't say no to putting on Men in Tights, even though I kind of prefer Blazing Saddles. The most surprising aspect of that news for me was that Mel Brooks is still alive. Yeah, he's still kicking. He's still hanging in there. I posted a video I found to Tumblr where they were honoring Mel Brooks back when Obama was still president because he was in the audience at the Tonys or something. And they have Jack Black singing Men in Tights. And it's like one of the best things you've ever seen in your life. It's so good. My face is still in my palms from Men in Tights being 400% better than Prince of Thieves. It is very sad that I have never actually watched Prince of Thieves because when it came out, I was a little young to see it. So the only reason I knew about Prince of Thieves at all is because of Mel Brooks and because of some jokes in Pinky and the Brain, where even Pinky and the Brain were making fun of Kevin Costner's accent. Like, that's how bad it was, apparently. And I mean, like, sure, Pinky and the Brain made fun of everything, but it felt like a very, very specific jab in a way where they generally didn't go that personal when they made fun of things. I gotta wonder if Spaceballs 2 is going to subvert expectations midway through the movie, only to mostly retcon those subverted expectations for the last third of the movie. I mean, that would be a hell of a hat trick to pull, right? I mean, it could. See, this is the fun thing about the new Spaceballs, is you can think about all the missteps that modern Star Wars has taken, and then you can try and imagine the way that Mel Brooks, being a madman, would interpret that in one of his parodies, because he would just do whatever, and because he's Mel Brooks, he would be able to get away with it. Like, nobody would tell him, no, you can't make that joke, because he's Mel Brooks. He can do what he wants. You haven't even drawn her eyes yet, and I'm already amazed by the outlines. Oh, thank you. The pencil I'm using is called SU Cream pencil. I'll write it down so you can see it. I really, really like it. My friend actually told me about this one, and it's really good. So if you want to grab it from the Asset store, it's free, so you don't need to pay for it. It's really good. It's got like slight texture to it, but it's a little thicker than just using one of the pencils. Really, really good. I really like it. Really, really recommend it. Let's do that. And also, I've got my stabilization turned on to 15. I tend to not go higher than 15 because then you tend to get lag on the line. But I find that 15 smooths it out enough without, like, delay or latency, which I suppose is the same thing. Mel Brooks is going on a century. Who the hell would tell him no? Exactly. And the thing is, he seems like the kind of guy where if somebody contacted him and be like, hey, can you please not make a joke about that? He would then double down and make the joke even worse. Like, he just strikes me, not even out of pettiness or anything, just like in a Jonan Vasquez kind of way, where Jonan Vasquez in the early 2000s, every single time he was told he couldn't do something in Invader Zim, he would then fix the thing he wasn't allowed to do in like the worst way possible, like complete monkey's paw way of fixing the problem in the show. And it's kind of amazing. And that's why people like me who grew up with Invader Zim often tell like younger fans, don't ask Jonan Vasquez to confirm or deny any of your headcanons, because whatever you ask him, his answer will somehow make it worse. Whether he agrees or denies with your headcanon, he will do so in a way that will make it absolutely horrible for you. Don't ask him questions. Don't ask him to clarify things. It's gonna be the monkey's paw. Just leave it alone. And I kind of feel like Mel Brooks is like that as well. If you were to ever ask him not to do something, he'd be like, okay, and do something else and be so much worse. I have absolutely no idea about art now to draw. I wouldn't like, you wouldn't like to see me with a pencil in my hand. I mean, I'm of the opinion where talent is applied effort. However, I also feel that one should say that certain skills do come easier to other people, but I don't want to like rack that up to talent so much, as I would say people who are talented are just those who they clicked with something a little easier, and putting in the effort to get better at it gave them something to enjoy more than it frustrated them. right? Because I don't want to sit here and be like, oh, there's no such thing as talent. You just have to keep trying. But I also do feel that it boils down to whether doing something enough to get better at it makes you happy or just frustrates you. Because I think that's a big part of it as well. OMG, I'm wearing my Johnny the Homicidal Maniac / Squee shirt. Where did you get that? Because they don't really sell things like that. I saw somebody, again, on Tumblr. I saw somebody on Tumblr saying that they didn't say this, but they were making a joke that, yay, Invaderism merch, and then all of it is just Grr. And it's not even just Grr, it's Grr in like the green the green dog outfit. And if you're looking for like Jonan Vasquez merch, that's all you're going to get. And it's super frustrating. I think I might have had a Johnny the Homicidal Maniac shirt, but I think that was when I was like 17, maybe a little bit older, because I definitely don't have it anymore. What you said about drawing is what I always say about music. Maybe I have an easier time with guitar because I have big hands and a good ear. But that doesn't mean people with small hands can't play. Yeah, because like me and music, I am not good at music. I really struggle, even just listening to music, I struggle to identify the individual parts that make up the larger song, right? I tend to only really focus on the most obvious parts of it. So I probably could learn how to make music, but it would be very, very difficult for me. And it would probably frustrate me more than I would enjoy it. So I would say I don't have talent for music, but like for those very, very specific reasons. My brother is big into music. I think that's also part of it, because I'll listen to the way my brother talks about music and I would be like, what? Like I feel so stupid sometimes. Heck, I didn't start off with a good ear. I was playing for like 3 years before I was able to learn how to play by ear. I mean, yeah, that's the other thing, right? Is, again, whether you enjoy it enough to keep doing it until you actually get better at it. My big thing my whole life has been singing. I want to take lessons next year just so I can get a little better. I am not really a great singer, but I have sometimes wondered whether I would like to get lessons just to kind of understand how to sing, so I can be better at it, but not for like any goal or purpose, just because I want to be better at it. But then again, I don't know whether I can justify spending money on learning how to sing to like sing in the car, right? That's a bit silly. As a theatre director, I'm very good at directing musicals, specifically because my own vocals and dancing are terrible, but I have the eye and ear to recognize far better talent than mine. Yeah, so that's the other thing, right? It's not just that you can have talent for the thing itself. You can also have talent for being able to deconstruct the thing that somebody else has made. And that like brings into discussion the whole thing about like movie critics and stuff like that, right? Because I was watching Little Platoon's video on Shelby Oaks, which is Chris Stuckman's new movie. It's apparently not very good. And in it, Little Platoon said, there is this notion that criticizing movies is easier than making movies. But having done both, I can say that's not true. And then he goes on to say something about Chris Stuckman, which is really mean, and I don't know if I want to repeat it. Not because it's terrible, but just because it's not the point of why I'm quoting him. I feel like drawing, but I feel me doing a realistic style like I always dreamed is never going to happen because it frustrates me more than motivates me. I'm happy with my little cartoon doodles. Yeah, it's the thing. Like if it just makes you upset and frustrated, you don't really have to do it, right? Because there are aptitudes that people have for other things. And if you're not somebody who finds enjoyment in drawing, that doesn't mean like, oh, there's this magical skill that you just don't have. It's just like, no, I don't get the personal enjoyment that makes the time investment worth it. Kind of, I suppose is a good way to put it. I mean, I can really do the Cranberries pretty well at karaoke. Cranberries are so good. Like the band. The actual fruit, not so much. But yeah, no, I really like the cranberries. I think I need to like grab a drink of water. Just give me a sec. I've got it here. And this time I actually opened the bottle, so it's not going to attack me. There we go. I'm a cartoon doodler too. Years ago, I created YouTube vids via my doodle support. I mean, that's pretty cool. I used to, when I was a teenager, I think I fell into that trap where you think, oh, a drawing that is super realistic is automatically better. And you like work really, really hard to try and bring more and more realism into your art. And as I've gotten older, I've just realized that's not really the case. And I actually get a little bit frustrated when I see social media posts that will show a really, really good piece of art, but it's hyper realism. And they'll write below it, they'll be like, scroll back up, this is a painting, or scroll back up, this is a sculpture, or whatever. And then I'm like, okay, that's very impressive, but it's just kind of replicating real life. It's, I don't know, like I always feel there's a level of realism where it replicates real life in a way where it doesn't actually add anything artistic to it. It's basically just a photograph to a certain extent, which is technically very impressive. But also I'm like, yeah, but I don't know. I prefer an art style much more than I am impressed by the ability to replicate reality to an exact science. Look at this photograph. I guess that's also like the video game graphics argument, right? Because we've gotten to the point now, video game graphics aren't exactly one-to-one with reality, but we are at the point now where a game with a strong art style is a lot prettier to look at than a game that just kind of replicates what realism is 100%. I've tried drawing in an anime art style because that was what I liked, but it never turned out right, so I stuck to a cartoonish style. That's the other thing that it makes me think of. One thing that one can't really do, however, if you want to like pursue art more seriously, is you can't just deny learning to draw from real life. But not because you have to be able to replicate real life one-to-one. More so, you have to be able to observe real life and be able to translate what you're seeing to paper or canvas or whatever. And that is a very, very important skill. Like, if you want to draw human figures, you do kind of have to learn anatomy. Even if you do super stylized human figures, learning anatomy is still extremely important because you kind of need to know the rules before you can break them. And I remember there were people when I was studying animation who really struggled with this because they would come into the course and they would be confused as to why they had to do life drawing, because they're like, well, I'm just going to draw in a super stylized way. Why do I need to learn life drawing? And it's like, it's going to improve your art. If you want to do it in a serious career-driven way, you have to be able to understand anatomy and stuff. And when I did 3D, they were telling us that you don't have to be good at life drawing, you just kind of have to understand anatomy. Whereas with 2D animation, they told us, no, you actually have to improve anatomy as it looks on paper. You know, it's not enough if you're doing 2D to just understand anatomy. You have to be able to translate it onto a piece of paper. So again, it kind of depends. But then we're getting into like the professional side of things, which doesn't really apply to people who might just draw because they enjoy it. Every so often, there will be a big boy in Animation Town who pushes for realism, and in response, there will always be the avant-garde folks who push for style. Neither are wrong unless they impose these opinions on the competition, which never works. I mean, yeah, that's also true. Because, again, I'm trying to think of, like, in terms of video games, because it's just such a literal a literal display of the argument, right? And we do have the whole thing of like, oh, well, art direction is more important than realism, which is true. But then I'm also thinking like, again, just to go back to Morrowind, Morrowind is an old game. It's a very old game, and it's got very dated graphics as a result. It's got very strong art direction, but the graphics are, you know, very, very dated. I love playing Morrowind. However, when I play Morrowind, I download a hell of a lot of mods that include things like more realistic lighting, more realistic water, more realistic stable diffusion, and things like that. So even though Morrowind has a very, very strong art direction, I do still download mods to give it a slightly more realistic look to it, which in turn makes the game's art style look a lot better. So there is something to say for embracing realism to a point, even if you're doing something super stylized. Unless you're doing like I was about to say unless you do pixel art, but even pixel art these days, if you're looking like Octopath Traveler and things like that, they will include things like more realistic lighting and fog and stable diffusion and things like that. I'm way too lazy to mod my games. Maybe it's because I grew up with Morrowind, but modding a game is like second nature to me. Most games that I play, I will have at least 1 or 2 mods to it. Unless it's not really needed. Like, I just bought Clair Obscur Expedition 33 after the Game Awards, and I'm probably not going to mod that game, because from what I've seen, you don't need to mod that game. It's really, really unnecessary. But with something like Baldur's Gate 3, I have so many mods for Baldur's Gate 3. My mod list is ridiculous. Actually, let me open it and I can show you. I can just screen print it and just paste it here in Clip Studio so I can show you guys what my mod list looks like. If it'll load, because it needs the internet for that. Okay, here we go. So I'm just making this full screen and I'll just grab this. Do that. Close it so it's not eating up my internet. So my mod list for Baldur's Gate 3, it basically looks like this, and you have to scroll down. There's more going down. So if you look, it's like configuration menu, heads, being able to hug your companions, bug fixes, character creation, patches for heads, subtle Hearthy waiting with style, which are loading screens, fixes to Raphael, addition of things that were removed in early access. I think this one as well is also early access stuff. The injuries mod, which makes the game harder. Another hug mod, which you need this hug mod for this hug mod to work. Always show approvals, transmog, glow up, dialogue, us evolved, being able to sit, no more sorcerers, sundries, magic show, Minthara, etc, etc. And that's not even getting to like all the cosmetic mods. So yeah, a lot. You had to help me with modding my Baldur's Gate 3, I remember, because I haven't modded anything since Sims 2. Yeah, it's just because I find Baldur's Gate 3's character creation to be relatively limited in terms of like what I'd like to be able to do with it. Maybe I'm just spoiled by things like The Sims 4, which, I mean, The Sims 4 is not really that great a game, but it does give you a lot of control over modding, over character creation. And you can add mods to The Sims 4, but I never did when I played it. And I still found like I could make some really, really interesting characters just with the base game stuff. Only mod I ever downloaded was a fan version of TCOAAL. You're going to have to tell me what the acronym stands for. I'm familiar with that one. There have been games like Mouthwashing, which uses low poly graphics for its art direction. Night of the Consumers is also like that. Yeah, but like even Mouthwashing, it uses the low poly PS1 graphics, but I believe it still uses lighting to a certain degree. But I don't think it goes like the full Unreal Engine 5, look to the whole thing. Because then you get to the other version of like the lighting things where, sure, you might say it's realistic lighting, quote unquote, but it's actually, with that kind of limited graphics look, it's a trick using things like painted shadows and tinting and things like that. Because I think that was what the original Half-Life 2 did. Not Half-Life 2, Silent Hill 2. I believe a lot of that game is just trickery using color and shadows and things like that, rather than it having like a realistic lighting engine or anything along those lines. The Coffin of Andy and Lele, yeah, that's a good example as well, of just like a style being above very, very realistic. Because the Coffin of Andy and Lele, I don't think that uses any kind of realism in terms of lighting or graphics at all, because it's like a visual novel, correct? I was modding the hell out of The Sims when I was 15. Sometimes in a way I was way too young for. Yeah, I understand what you mean. Modding The Sims when I was a child, I did do it a little bit, but modding The Sims in the early 2000s was difficult because a lot of the mods for The Sims would have viruses on them. Like, it was really, really difficult to mod The Sims and avoid just things that would just utterly destroy your game. Because that was a big problem back in the day. It's not really much of a problem anymore, but that was a problem because people would make mods not realizing they had viruses on their computer, and then the mod would then the mod would become infected, and anybody else who downloads the mod would just end up having the virus. It was really bad. Back in the day, modding was really wild and difficult. I wish Baldur's Gate 3 had Elden Ring customization, where I can just make a ghoul creature that on paper is quote-unquote human. Yeah, again, I like... Oops. My tab crashed. Oh no. Hold on, am I still live? My tab just completely crashed. Hold on. Let me know if I'm still live, because that was very, very, very strange. Still live? Okay, I'm alive. My tab completely crashed. Like, the entire tab went blank and it said, your tab just crashed. Okay, I'm alive. I refreshed it and I'm still here. That was weird. I've never seen that before. Luckily, I'm streaming through Streamlabs, and I think Streamlabs manages to just hold on to connection. So if I like refresh the tab or whatever, it'll still keep me going. But yeah, that was weird. I've never seen that before. Anyway, yeah, I was talking about mods. I like Baldur's Gate 3 a lot, but I do find its character creation to be quite limited. Even with my current run, where I'm playing the canonical Dirge run, and even with that, I still have cosmetic mods because I'm using a mod which gives him more scarring on his face and body, just because I feel it adds to his character. So even with characters who are completely canonical, I still feel the need to tweak the way they look a little bit. Maybe that's like a quote-unquote girl gamer moment where I just want to dress up the characters and make them look good. Not sure if you saw my earlier message, but I gotta go. If I don't get back before the stream finishes, happy holidays, everyone. Take care. Thanks for dropping in, Daboy, and happy holidays. And Merry Christmas if you're into that kind of thing. Happy Hanukkah, all of that. The Naked Garrus, but shut up. No. But yeah, happy holidays, and thanks for hanging out. No, I don't actually really use adult mods. Like, I'm saying it slowly because I'm trying to think whether there are any that I actually do use, but I genuinely can't think of any. I think, no, that's not really something I use. Yeah, no, if I stop and think, I don't really use, like, the adult mods. I know where to find them, but nah, not really something I use. Just, again, I'm stuttering because I'm thinking, I'm like, do I? Am I forgetting one that I've used in the past? But no, I genuinely don't, and I've never really thought about that before. CPuff playing dress up in video games is not a girl thing, let me assure you. Okay, yeah, fair. That is fair. Because I'm trying to think, like, the thing is, I want to say I have a friend who also takes his character creation very, very seriously, and he's not a girl, but he's also like he works in the animation industry, so we're both artists. So it's like, well, okay, is it just an art thing then? The funniest mod that I see, what's the Fallout in Vegas, and it was the 2 beds and high five. I'm not very familiar with that, but I haven't actually played Fallout New Vegas. I want to play the original Fallout. I've played a little bit of it, but I haven't really played any of the Bethesda Fallouts. And from what I hear from people who are fans of the original Fallout games, the Bethesda version of Fallout is really, really frustrating. And again, as somebody who really likes Morrowind and really doesn't like the direction they've taken the Elder Scrolls, I can only imagine how much worse it is for Fallout fans. My imagination does a better job than any adult mod ever could. Please play New Vegas. I think I would have to get it on PC, because I have it technically on like PS3, but if I think about it, can you really play a Fallout game on like a console? That feels wrong somehow. Because I think I got it at a thrift store. That's why I've got it on console. But I don't know. It just, that doesn't feel correct to play any kind of Fallout game on console at all. I played the original Fallout. I got lost and frustrated. I can't draw for shit, and I have spent hours on how my stuff looks in games. All my Souls runs have been fashion runs as well. Yeah, but the fashion industry, the fashion community on Dark Souls, or the Souls games in general, is like, that's a huge part of the game, which I kind of love. I have watched a few of those videos of like the fashion police. I don't know whether they're still a thing in the Souls games, where there's like a crowd that would run through Dark Souls, and they would be the fashion police, and they would like rate your outfit. And I know there was one group where if they don't like your outfit, they would engage in combat with you. But there was another guy who was just a single guy. And if he didn't like the way your outfit was put together, he would literally give you gear to help coordinate your character's outfit better, so that it just looks better. And I remember that being back in the day. I don't know whether there are still people who play like that, but there probably are. New Vegas was made by Obsidian, basically the remnants of Black Isle Studios. Was Obsidian the people who also made Dishonored? Or, like, was it the people who worked on Dishonored that worked on New Vegas? I'm not sure. I feel like there's some crossover there, but I can't for the life of me remember what it actually is. Also, I just realized I forgot to give her all her eyelashes, but I'll draw that on. I don't have to, like, do that with pencil. I can just add that. No? Okay. Maybe I'm just confused, because I think Dishonored was published by Bethesda, if I can remember correctly. I could swear there was some other crossover between Dishonored and Fallout New Vegas. I'll have to look that up after the stream, and like why that's sticking in my head. Maybe there's like one person who worked on both games or something. I got into modding, tinkering with games files, because when I was young, I downloaded an auto-installer mod pack for Skyrim that added adult mods without me knowing. I was playing in front of my grandmother. Oh no! Yeah, like Baldur's Gate 3, you can also download packs, but I never do. I tend to just build the mod list myself, because oftentimes the packs that people make for Baldur's Gate 3, it'll have like visual changes that I don't like, and it'll have like 300 mods in a pack, and I don't feel like going through all 300 mods to remove the 1 or 2 that I don't want in the game. So I just kind of build the mod list myself. Let me just bring up... No, not that. Manhattan Cafe, so I can just look at her eyelashes again. Because she's actually got quite a few, which is surprising to me. Do that. And I also kind of want to just add a few of the details around the eyes, because I see I didn't add that either. I think I was just eager to get to her hair, because it covers her face so much. So I forgot a few of these smaller things. There we go. Yeah, it's good. And go back to 8. Speaking of character customization, the dress situation in Pokemon Legends ZA is still frustrating me. Oh yeah, I'm busy watching Imported Cheese's video on the DLC, and it looks like such a shit show. Like, in a way, it's amazing to me, like, that Pokemon ZA, you think you understand how the game is bad, and then the DLC comes out, and it's got brand new ways to be bad. It's genuinely fascinating. For people who haven't been keeping up with the Pokemon DLC, what they did was they allowed you that both boy and girl main characters that you play as can wear any of the clothing. But then they made it so that none of the clothing that your character can wear in the game is a skirt. Because they wanted to give you like the option of, oh, the clothes aren't gender locked. You can wear anything, but then they remove skirts because they did not want people playing as a male character and then give them a skirt, right? So now with the DLC, they've given you a dress which both characters can wear, regardless of if you're playing a male or female character. But then the dress is just the dress that, what's her name? Like, I want to say Justine, that's not it. And it's not Hyacinth either, it's one of them. It's very bizarre. So the only dress you get in the entire game is an exact copy of one of the NPCs in the game, who's like, I guess, a gym leader, for lack of a better word. And it has very, very weird implications because she's one of the many characters in this game who has like characters who she forces to be her servants and she doesn't pay them. And I don't know why there are so many characters in this game where that's a theme, where you just have characters who are just indentured servants. It's like, it's literally something that happens so often in the game. You could literally call it like one of the game's major themes. It's very, very bizarre and weird. So yeah, that's the dress they added to the DLC. So if you want to wear a dress in the new Pokemon game, you have to pay them $30. And then it's not even like a nice dress, it's literally just a copy of what one of the gym leaders wear. So you're saying, oh, what? Yeah. Off the top of my head, because I haven't been keeping up with it that much, what the new Pokemon game does is one of the friend characters, like one of the allies you have in the game, is a literal loan shark. And one of your friends took out a massive loan that she can absolutely have no way of paying back. And then the loan shark is like, okay, well, if you don't want me to break your legs, you're going to have to be an indentured servant and work for me without pay. But then he like makes you do secretly nice things where it's like, oh, we need you to do this thing that seems like it's bad, but whoops, it was secretly nice. And it has this very weird vibe where the game is like, see kids, loan sharks and being in debt is actually fine because loan sharks are good people. And you would think that's a once-off thing. It's just like an unfortunate oversight where they didn't think about what they're writing. But then things like that keep happening in the game. There's a scene in the game where you have to defend the mega corporation CEO from the evil protesters who are angry that the mega corporation is endangering the city. And you have to like beat up protesters to protect like a massive company CEO. and yeah, and like one of the friend characters you have to fight is this girl, the fairy gym character, for lack of a better word. And she like enslaved another girl where apparently I believe what the story is they had a Pokemon battle and Leban lost, and now she has to work for the fairy gym character. And even though she's like a big tough, like I want to say Yankee, but not like America, I mean like this Yankee, she's like a Yankee character where she's like a tough like female gang member kind of character that you often see in Japanese anime and stuff. But because she lost this Pokemon duel with the fairy gym leader, she now has to work for her as a servant, and she has to dress up like a French maid, and she has to act all prim and proper, and she's not allowed being loud and boisterous. And like, she forces this character to do these things that are against her personality, and this character basically has to listen and do everything she wants. And when you find this out, your character's just fine with it. Your character's like, oh, those wacky gym members, this is so silly. It's very strange. And again, it would be fine if it was just one of these things, but the fact that it's all three of these things is bizarre. There's a very strange underlying tone to this game, and it's very, very weird. I only know the new Pokemon through Yuri fan art, and now I know why the maid girl gets always paired and topped by the fairy girl. Yeah, because it's screwed up. And I mean, like, enjoy your toxic Yuri, by all means. It's just weird that it's in the canon game, right? I don't mind that fans are enjoying the toxic Yuri of it. I don't mind that they're, like, enjoying the very weird power dynamic. That's fine. But for the game itself to have these things in it and not have an issue with it, like, your character is just fine with other characters, like, enslaving people. I don't know whether, is this, like, supposed to be a comment on the fact that, like, humans enslave Pokemon or something? Is there supposed to be a deeper theme here? It's very, very, very strange. But why, though? She just does it because she wants to. She just wants this other character to be her servant. She doesn't have a reason for it. She just wants her to. It's bizarre. It's very strange. And again, I'm trying to remember off the top of my head, so it might sound like some of this is incorrect, but I swear I'm being 100% accurate with how I'm trying to explain this. It's literally insane. And again, it would be fine if not for the fact that the game is acting like these characters are the good guys. And again, the evil protesters, that is probably the most insane thing I've ever seen. Like the loan shark turning you into an indentured servant, and then you're like, oh, he's not so bad. I mean, that's one level of insanity, but the whole protect the mega corporation CEO from the evil protesters who want answers as to why their city is dangerous now. That's ridiculous. That is literally, that sounds like a parody. It sounds like something somebody would come up with as like an edgy fanfic of like, what if Pokemon was more like dog fighting? Like, that's the kind of mentality that you would think would come up with this. But no, it's just in this Pokemon game, and we're supposed to be okay with it. And it's not supposed to be indicative of satire or like any kind of commentary. It's just very, very weird. I wouldn't go so far as some people, where I've heard people say, oh, it's Nintendo kind of like getting the younger players ready to continue paying Nintendo and paying for the online service. I think that's a little conspiratorial, but the fact that people are able to make up conspiracies like that based on what's in the game is a little concerning. I feel they did the humans enslaved Pokemon thing better in Black and White, but like, I can't tell if ZA how much is intentional. That's the thing. I don't think it's intentional. It doesn't feel like it's intentional. Because, again, Pokemon is not really written with a lot of nuance. So if it was intentional, you'd feel they'd be a little bit more heavy-handed with what they're trying to say here. But they're not. They're just putting it out there and leaving you to deal with it. And it's very, very bizarre. That sounds like a parody plot Palworld would do. It does! It's like something you would find in an edgy, like, ROM hack or something, but it's just in this game. But then even more hilariously, the game seems completely unaware of what it's saying when it does things like that. It seems like it really does not understand the kind of messaging it's putting out there. And it's very strange. It's very bizarre. And it's why I keep watching Imported Cheese's videos where he's playing it, even though I'm not particularly interested in the game itself or Pokemon or anything like that. Just because it's that kind of weirdness where it's almost like a puzzle where you want to figure it out because it's so strange and so alien that you need to figure it out because it just does not make sense. So I keep watching and I'm like, I need to understand this game. Pokemon Company is the Megacorp from the game. Well, that's what people making like the conspiracy theories are saying. It's like, oh, do you wonder if maybe the Pokemon games are trying to say something by making the big mega corporation the poor, misunderstood good guys, and people protesting the mega corporation as the evil bad guys? Do you think they're trying to say something with that? And again, I don't think they are. If they are, they're doing it subconsciously, but it is very, very strange. It's like an alien wrote this game. And like somebody said, it feels like a Palworld parody plot. And yet, here we are, and it's not. Most of the time, it is just supposed to be funny, with no deeper thought behind it. I doubt the Pokemon writers went beyond, haha, the Fairy Guild controls the Dragon Guild just like they're typing. Yeah, probably, but it's weird that it's a consistent theme that keeps popping up in the game more than once. That's why it's strange to me. And why I, like, pay attention to it at all. Because, again, if it was, like, one thing, you can, like, write it off to, like, oh, they didn't think this through. But the continuing reappearing of these same themes over and over is like, huh, that's weird. So it's the what did you mean by this game? Pretty much. By everything that I've seen of it, it does feel like that. And because they do it more than once, and that seed is planted in your head, you start looking at a lot of the other game, you start looking at the rest of the game with this closer eye as well, and then you kind of just notice a lot of other strange things about it. I need to take a sip of water. That you wouldn't have noticed otherwise, because it's probably not really that important, but because you're already kind of, your interest is perked as to why these weird things are in the game, and then you find a lot of other weird things in the game, and it just kind of makes the game stranger the more you see of it. Funny enough, it's not even the first time I've seen rich girl has a maid who's basically a slave in Japanese media. Yeah. Again, I think it's just like the maid trope, right? And also with like anime and stuff, you have to be like, okay, well, how much of this is genuinely supposed to be ecchi, right? Whereas with Pokemon, obviously it can't be ecchi because it's supposed to be a game that children can play. And again, it just comes across very, very strange. The conspiracy of Mass Effect is that Grunt loves pie, but is never seen eating it. I mean, that is a fair point to make, right? Because Grunt can eat pie, right? Yes, he's, no, he's not Dextro. He's Aloe, right? If I remember correctly. Also, if I remember the biology correctly, because Garrus is Dextro, if I remember, and Tali is Dextro, and humans are Aloe, if I'm remembering the terminology correctly. Yes? Okay, I got it right. You've never seen full artwork of the female characters then? Yeah, I mean, fair. But yes, watching Imported Cheese, he's busy playing the DLC. It's a bizarre experience. I actually kind of recommend it just because this game is so weird. Because I don't really care about Pokemon that much, I would say. So I can watch it and not like get angry at it. So there are probably people who are very, very invested in Pokemon and they can't watch playthroughs of it just because it makes them angry. But as somebody who isn't emotionally invested, I really enjoy watching Imported Cheese play it because it's fascinating to me, even though the game is garbage. Old Pokemon games were really, really dark, actually, if you pay attention. Yeah, because, like, the first Pokemon game, it has you, like, overthrowing... I want to say the Yakuza, but with the translation, they have it more like the Mafia in the English versions, but I suppose in the original, it was kind of going more for a Yakuza vibe, right? Because yeah, the first game is you essentially overthrowing the Yakuza. Like, in no uncertain terms, that is what's going on there. And then you have the whole Mew and Mewtwo thing, which is wonderfully screwed up. Like, I actually really like how messed up it is. And even like the Pokemon First movie, it's got a very interesting art style to it in terms of the backgrounds, where it's very, very clear they were looking at H.R. Giger artwork when they did the backgrounds. And the fact that they put that in a Pokemon movie is kind of amazing. The first Pokemon has a gym leader that fought in a war with and against Pokemon. Yeah, that's very strange. I am curious what the original Japanese dialogue for Surge is. Because I would like to know. I could probably look that up on like Cerebi.net or something like that. I'm sure it's somewhere. Just lock this. Let me put the flats underneath. I'm going to grab the colors from this one. And somebody asked to keep Lumpy here, so we're just going to keep Lumpy here. He's gonna be the ghost that follows Manhattan Cafe around. It's not Sunday Silence. It's the ghost of Lumpy from the Star Wars Christmas Holiday Special, whatever it's called. I do have a brush that lets me color in exactly in the lines, but it ends up creating this situation where it'll create white spaces where the lines are, and that just kind of causes more problems than it's worth. So I tend to just use the turnip pen to do it, just because it takes a little longer, but it stops problems for future you. Life Day? Yeah. I'm pretty sure the Star Wars Holiday Special is actually on YouTube somewhere. Because again, George Lucas doesn't want anything to do with it. He hates it. And because George Lucas doesn't want to have anything to do with it, I don't think that Disney acquired it. So I think it's just kind of in this copyright limbo. Let me see if I can find it with a quick Google search here. I'm not going to waste too much of your time. I just want to see if it's easy to get. If it's not easy to get, I'm not going to bother. Also, Annie Austin has a new video, and it's called How Many Trees Are There in Skyrim? Star Wars Holiday Special. There it is. Here we go. Somebody has it complete at 60 FPS, which is probably like an AI upscale. I'm not sure how good that is. Somebody else has it up here as like a nice copy. There's another upscale of it over here. Is there a RiffTrax version? Because I don't want to inflict the holiday special without RiffTrax, because it's really painful. Star Wars The Holiday Special. Full movie. Okay, no. I am just going to link the Star Wars Holiday Special itself, and you guys are just going to have to cope with the fact that it is physically painful to watch without RiffTrax. So enjoy! You know, the content for Skyrim is getting thin when they're counting the trees. I think it's more that... I think it says more about Annie Austin than it does about Skyrim. Because Annie Austin is just kind of like that. I'm trying to think, what was the one he did before this? It was about GTA, but which one was it? What was he saying about GTA? Oh, I think it was which laws are actually illegal in GTA. I think that was the video. Yes, what's actually illegal in Grand Theft Auto? And then the one before that is, can you conduct a census in Red Dead Redemption 2? And what was the other one that was really good? Witcher 3. Oh, do Red Dead Redemption's power lines connect to anything? That was really good as well. If you don't watch Annie Austin, you really should. I watched him before he really blew up on YouTube. I was watching him when he was doing like the what is the unemployment rate of Skyrim videos. And they're very good. I actually highly recommend what is the unemployment rate, like, of all the Skyrim cities. I don't know whether he's finally completed that one or not. I think he's holding off on one city, or he might have, like, finished it very, very recently. There's a best of Rifttracks for it. Yeah, but the entire Rifttracks on its own is actually really, really worth it. If you want to, like, grab it from their site or something like that, you know, if you want to find it somewhere, I would say truly worth it. I got it when they released the Rifttracks for it, and again, I would just watch that like once a year at one stage. When you said Lumpy, I was thinking of Lumpy from Happy Tree Friends. No. Chewbacca's son's name is Lumpy. His wife's name is Marla. And his grandfather's name is Itchy. Which, these are all very Star Wars names, as you can hear. Marla, you can kind of get away with. That kind of sounds like a Star Wars name. But, like, Itchy, my favorite Star Wars character. Let's do this. I've got my brush set on hard. I've said this before. And it just means I just need to kind of trace the outlines, and then I can just use the paint bucket to fill it. And it makes it so that there's no anti-aliasing on the lines. Which, again, causes problems in the future if you just leave that there. Itchy is what the actor in the suit was. My other favorite is, of course, that my favorite character in the Star Wars Holiday Special is B. Arthur. I love that B. Arthur is in the Holiday Special. I love that they gave B. Arthur a musical number. I love that she owns the cantina where Han shot first. Like, I love everything about that skit. It's so good in, like, an absolutely awful way. This is Eraser. Are you still in Eraser? Yes. But yes, the B. Arthur scene is my favorite. I know people say, okay, well, the only good part of the Holiday Special is the animated sequence, which, fair, but the one I remember the most is the B. Arthur section, just because it's really funny. Personally, I like the volcano head guy. Rifttrack said it best. It's not often you see the stupidest thing you've ever seen. It's so good. I need to watch that again. I've got it somewhere on a hard drive. I need to dig it up and watch it. Or I think once you buy something from Rifttracks, you can download it from their site like multiple times. I might just have to grab it again. Stir whip, stir whip. That's the other one. It's funny that like caught on thanks to Nostalgia Critic, because it's actually a really small part of the special as a whole. Like I said, they gave B. Arthur an entire musical number. And the animated section, I think it was done by Helvana, if I remember correctly. They also did Rock and Rule, which I admit I still need to see. But they're really good animators. Like, it was a really good studio. I think it was Helvana, if I remember correctly. I might be wrong about that. Let's do this. I'm not going to go too crazy with Manhattan Cafe's shading because, again, there's a lot. I'm pretty sure I might have forgotten a few details in her outfit. I'll have a look at that once I'm done with the flats, which is probably not the best time to look at it, but that's what we're gonna do. You've seen Rock and Rule? It's Nelvana, thank you. You've seen Rock and Rule? It's so good. Yeah, I need to watch it. I don't know why I haven't. I have seen Heavy Metal. I actually saw Heavy Metal when I was way too young to watch Heavy Metal, and I was very upset because I thought it would be an anime, and then it wasn't, and I hated it. And then I watched it again as an adult, and I was like, this is the best thing I've ever seen. Why did I hate this? But as I've said before, I had some weird opinions when I was a child. Like, I didn't like The Princess Bride, so automatically any opinions the child me had about movies is null and void, because no, that is just an incorrect opinion to have about something, is to not like The Princess Bride. Is her name Manhattan Cafe? That's an incredible name. Hey, 80-year-old man. Yeah, her name is Manhattan Cafe. It's because the horse was called Manhattan Cafe. Let me actually get a picture of him. Just delete the Uma Musume part. Where's like a good photo of him? Hans. Oh, there he is. He was a good looking horse, really. Let's wait for this to load, then I'll copy and paste it. Come on. There we go. Okay, copy image, go back to live stream. Like, that's the original horse. I don't think he's a Frisian. I'm not sure. I am not very well versed in horse breeds. So I don't... No, he wouldn't be a Frisian because he's got the white blaze on his nose, so it wouldn't count. But yeah, that's the actual horse. And again, if you don't play the gacha game, every single horse school is based on a real racehorse. Child CPUF. Do we need to hear the kissing part? Honestly, probably. I can't remember what it was about The Princess Bride I disliked as a child. It wasn't really the kissing. I don't know what my issue was. Maybe it was just something where a lot of the... it's not really parody, but you know, the awareness of its genre, maybe a lot of that just went over my head as a kid. That might be it, but I don't fully remember if that was the issue. What kind of game is it though? Oh, it's a gacha game, unfortunately. I wish it wasn't. I really wish they'd develop it so it would be a more traditional game, because I feel that there's enough interest, there's enough mechanics. There are enough mechanics there to turn it into just a traditional video game. But basically, you get a horse school, and then it's basically the Chow Garden from Sonic, where you raise her stats to try and meet the kind of races that she runs. And if you raise her stats correctly, and if you get good RNG, because there are random events and things that can happen, then you can get her stats to a good point, and you can win the races. And if you have a horse with really good stats, you can do like PvP races and things like that, where there are like tournaments and things that you can enter, and you can race other players and their horses, which they've tried to train to have specific stats. And the quote-unquote skill, I guess, is how much you are able to balance giving your horse girl downtime, how you balance the skills you teach her, which stats you focus on, because you've only got a limited amount of turns before you finish. So that's basically what it is. It's basically just a stat building game with a lot of RNG, and then there's like PvP involved. And then each girl has like a storyline that happens in their career that helps teach you more about them and their personality. And they have relationships with other girls, and they have like, each girl has like individual friendships and situations and problems that she faces. So it's kind of like a visual novel, but it's kind of like a Chow Garden is the best thing I can really compare it to, or Tamagotchi, I suppose. And yeah, that's what it is. But as I said, unfortunately, it's also a gacha game, and the gacha part comes with which horse girls you get, where there are rare horse girls and there are very common horse girls. Luckily, a lot of the very common horse girls are also really, really cool characters. There are some characters I really dislike, but it's not that the characters you get for free are terrible and the characters that you have to gamble for are the good ones. It's luckily not really like that. But yeah, it's a gacha. It has to be a gacha game to simulate how you gamble on horses in real life, kind of. Although, ironically, the horse racing part is the one that you have control over, because that's the part where that depends on how you've balanced stats. The gacha part is which horse school you're able to get. I watched a video the other day talking about how PETA has earned the ire of Japan by making one of their shock images involving one of the Uma Musume girls. You know what? I saw that tweet and I was laughing so hard, because when I was on Danboru a while ago, I was looking up pictures of the Uma Musume girls to use for reference, because I'm busy drawing like Christmas gifts art for my friends who also play. And somebody had made a parody piece of fan art making fun of PETA And the person who made the art said, if PETA ever protested against Uma Musume, I think this is how their protest would look. And then a few months later, PETA literally did exactly that, to the point where their shock image is almost indistinguishable from the parody fan art somebody made. And me being petty, I went onto Twitter and I linked the person's fan art to them on their shock image tweet. And I said to them, you guys are beyond parody. Because, like, literally, you're literally doing the thing that people were making fun of you for. People were like, you know what, these people are so deluded. This is the kind of thing they do. And then they actually went and did it. And then me, I was just sitting back here laughing because you can't make this shit up. I find gacha games absolutely abhorrent. You can't afford a house anyways, might as well gamble. Yeah, it's a big problem. And like I said, I don't have a problem with it because I don't get enjoyment from the gambling side of things. You know, there are people where the part that they really struggle with regarding gacha is the actual gambling part is the part that kind of gives them the endorphins and makes them want to do it more and more. I don't have that. When I use the fake in-game currency to try and get a new horse girl, I don't really get enjoyment out of it. All I feel is like, oh, well, there goes my free currency. Even though I didn't spend a cent on this game. It's just, I don't enjoy it. So I can play the game without like any real worries because I just have zero temptation to spend any money on it. But I also am aware of the fact that it's a gacha game, which again is highly unfortunate. And I do kind of really wish they would just make a real video game. There is a Uma Musume video game, which isn't a gacha, but it's not like the whole stat building roguelike that the mobile game is. So unfortunately, I'm not super interested in it. I think it's like a party minigame thing. I don't know. I haven't really looked at it that closely. But yeah, I do wish that they develop it into a real video game. But at the same time, the gacha game is so popular and so successful, I don't know whether they would ever bother. You know, it's like, oh, well, we're making so much money with it just being a gambling game. Why would we bother making a real video game and spend a bunch of money on something that won't make us like the amount of income that just the gacha game does? However, there is the anime, which I hear is very good. I used one of the GIFs from the movie in a community post a while ago. And for some reason, the animation in the movie is like some of the best animation you'll ever see in an anime. I suppose that's what gacha money buys you. It just looks so good. It's literally insane. Oh, I cannot be allowed to gamble. I will be minus 30k instantly. They can't let me within 100 miles of Las Vegas. Yeah, and I get that, right? And that's the whole problem. Like, I'm I guess is the word privileged, where I am just not wired that way, where it's just not enjoyable to me. So I just don't do it because I don't like it. I like the game for the stat building and I like it for the roguelike elements. But unfortunately, it functions on gacha rules and stuff. And the gacha part of it is the part that I like the least about the entire game. The movie is so good. Watch it. Cafe's in the movie. Yeah, I do want to watch the movie. I've got it. I just need to sit down and watch it. If for nothing else than the animation, because the animation is ridiculous. I showed it to my friend who's a director, and he's like, why is the stupid horse school game getting this animation that looks like it should be coming out of like Trigger or something, and it's made by like an animation studio who have never done anything beside horse school gacha animation, and it's like the highest quality, which is kind of funny in of itself. I saw it before I knew the game was popular, and I was like, how is this real? I know Dana said that the first season of the anime is not very good though, because again, it's a weird premise, right? So the first season of the anime is extremely safe and as a result, extremely boring because they didn't really know whether people would really enjoy the concept of, you know, horse girls. But apparently the new season that's playing at the moment is very, very good. but I haven't watched it yet because I'm too busy watching Star Trek. I'm too busy watching Star Trek, and I watched Heat for the first time the other day, and oh, that movie is so good. I knew it would be because everybody's always talking about how good it is, but then I watched it, and it was good, but then you get to like the final scene and you're just blown away by the level of quality that movie is. I was genuinely flabbergasted by it. So yeah, that's what I'm watching instead of the Horse Girls anime. Is I'm watching Heat, and I'm watching The Negotiator. I watched that for the first time recently, and I have to tell you guys about the Dale Earnhardt documentary. I got all 4 episodes of the Dale Earnhardt documentary, and then when my internet was down for about a week, I was just watching things off my hard drive, and I was like, I should watch the documentary about Dale Earnhardt. And then I started watching it, and it kind of starts at the end of what happened to him. Because if you don't know, Dale Earnhardt, he's a NASCAR driver, and he was killed in the middle of a race when his car collided with the wall of one of the turns. So I start the episode, and it starts with the car crash. And in my brain, I'm like, oh, so they're going to start with the thing that everybody knows about Dale Earnhardt, which is that he died in a crash. And then they're going to like bookend it and then swing him back around to his childhood. And then we're going to, at the end of this series, end up back at the car crash, right? That's what I thought they were doing. So I watched the entire episode, and they never do that. And then I notice, through some insanity, I watched the last episode first. And I don't know how I did that. I don't know how I made that mistake. But now I have to like rewatch the entire show and then rewatch the final episode, which I'd already seen. So that happened to me while my internet was out. Okay, she also has like this weird chain thing here, which I forgot to add. I might have to just add that quickly, because I forgot. Put it here. And just get rid of this. I think. Yeah, it's just this. Okay, so I can just do this quickly. Okay, so it comes here. It literally connects to where that one is. Then it just goes under her coat. Okay, we can do that. So it connects here. Go one big circle here, like that. And one like that. Then we can just do that. It's more or less like that. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. I'm just doing it very like sloppily because I forgot to do it. Yeah, we could just do that. Do this, grab this, get my pen. Where is the cream pen? There it is. Then we can just add these like that. I've gotten weirdly addicted to Family Feud. I've never watched Family Feud, but I hear it's quite good. There's apparently a South African version of it, which I don't know why. I can't really say that my country is in the habit of having like a South African version of game shows. We'll have like South African versions of things like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, and I guess Idol. I don't know whether we have a South African Idol. I don't think so. But we tend to not really have South African versions of popular game shows. But for some reason, we have a South African version of Family Feud, and I don't fully understand why. You just reminded me, I saw the last episode of Great Teacher Onizuka first by accident. Needless to say, I was very confused. That's a really unfortunate one, to see the last episode first. Because Great Teacher Onizuka, it doesn't really have an overlap, like it doesn't have a plot, if I can put it that way. Things that happen in Great Teacher Onizuka is more like there are not even arcs. They are just like smaller storylines that happen for an episode or two, and then it moves on to the next thing. It's not really that it has like a story as one would think, like Trigun or, you know, just like an anime. It's just kind of, it's more an episode of the day kind of thing. But then for the final episode, this like story point comes up that was brought up briefly in like the earliest episodes, and then it just becomes a big problem and then the show ends. So it's very funny that that's your first episode. I could watch the last episode of Evangelion and you'd be just... Oh, you could watch the last episode of Evangelion and you'd be just as confused as if you watched the whole series first. I mean, yeah, pretty much. I saw that Kenny Lauderdale recently, a few years ago, he uploaded some or other like making of for a Gainax anime. And according to Kenny Lauderdale, because this isn't subtitled, it's talking about an anime as if it's an up-and-coming show that Gainax is making. But apparently, that's not what it is. Like, that show was never made. Gainax just pretended they were going to make a show, and then they didn't because they didn't actually have any plans to make it. And then they just kind of gaslit the entire audience by pretending that they're talking about the making of this anime, which they never made. And of course, it's directed by Hideaki Anno. Because of course it is. Of course that's something that Anno would think up. So that's something I learned recently. And again, then you think of like Evangelion and you're like, the more I learn about Anno, the more Evangelion makes sense. Not in that the show itself makes sense, but more how did we get this show starts making more sense. When my internet went down, I started rewatching Avatar: The Last Airbender for the first time in nearly a decade. The show is unreal and way better than I remember. I was never the biggest fan of it, but not because there's anything wrong with it. It just didn't really click with me, and I've always wondered why. And one of my theories is because I watched a lot of long-form anime before Avatar came out. So when Avatar came out, I was already used to like long-form storytelling in animated form. So Avatar: The Last Airbender didn't really strike me as remarkable as it did a lot of people, just because it's a show that's a long form story format, and yeah, I know what these are. So it's one that I don't dislike. It just doesn't really grip me, because within the line of like long form storytelling in animation, it's just not one of my favorites, because I'd seen other shows that I liked more. Not even just anime, because a lot of anime was actually adapted into Afrikaans. And the reason why is because when we got television in the 70s, we couldn't really afford a lot of the American programming in terms of animation. So instead of trying to buy expensive animated shows for broadcasts in South Africa, we bought a lot of anime and we just dubbed that into Afrikaans. So as a result, I grew up with anime such as like Heidi, the Pinocchio anime, which I wasn't the biggest fan of, but I mean, it was also a long-form story show. And we had the Niels Holgersson anime, but I don't know whether I watched that one that much. We had the Moomin anime. We had the Dogtanian anime, although that was a joint production with Spain, so I don't know how one would classify that directly as anime, but still, it kind of counts. And we had Maya the Bee, but I didn't really watch that one so much. And we had, what were the other anime that I grew up with? It was mainly Heidi, but I know there were a bunch of them. So again, you grew up with these cartoons that have long-form stories. And then Avatar: The Last Airbender comes out, and it's a good show, but you're used to seeing shows like this, right? So you're like, oh no, that's pretty good. And yeah, it's fine. And I don't know whether it's the fact that in America, Avatar: The Last Airbender was just like so new a concept in being that it was a long form story, and that is why a lot of people like really resonated with it. I don't know. Like, I'm genuinely curious, and I feel like it's something where I should ask people, like, I don't want to say my age, because that's not really what I mean. But like South Africans, whether Avatar: The Last Airbender really hit for them. Because the other thing is, I don't know whether it really aired here when it first came out. Because I remember I went to study in Vancouver, and it was when the final season was airing, and I had never actually heard of the show before then, because it just didn't air here. And so I watched it from start to finish, and you know, it was just like, oh, this is nice. But I don't know whether other South Africans are really enamored with it, because it doesn't really have a presence in this country. Like, people don't really talk about Avatar: The Last Airbender here the way they do in America. We're aware of it, but it's not like this cornerstone of animation in this country, really. So yeah, I think that's also part of it. I think it's just because it didn't really make a big splash here, and it might just be that the animation industry, in terms of what we watched growing up and what we were exposed to, made it so that Avatar: The Last Airbender wasn't this big game changer in my country as it was in American animation. But again, I don't know. I'm just like speculating as to whether that's the reason it didn't like set the world on fire for me the way it did other people. Because it's not so much that it's not as good. It's not really that. It doesn't feel like, oh, well, it's not as good as people say it is. No, it's fine. It's just, I don't know. It's just not this massive thing that America talks to it about. So again, I wonder if that might have something to do with it. I don't know. Anyway, it was big in South Africa. It is in that a lot of the shows we got were dubbed into Afrikaans. However, if you were to speak to somebody who isn't like big into animation and they don't really know a lot in terms of like anime and stuff like that, they wouldn't be aware that the shows they grew up with were made in Japan. They most likely think of them as South African shows just because the characters are speaking Afrikaans. So I think that's also it. It's not really that we have a big anime like fandom or presence. It's more that the Afrikaans cartoons that literally everyone watches here are Japanese anime that have been dubbed. Funny, those were exactly the ones Germany started with too. Then in the 2000s, finally one TV channel started to experiment with newer anime like Ranma and Sailor Moon, and it seems to be quite a success for teens. The Pokemon started and all hell breaks loose. Yeah, the anime that started airing here as anime was Dragon Ball Z, was like the first one. And even then, I think that was like in 2002, maybe 2003. Like, if you like compare to the 90s and stuff, which is when I grew up, that was already, I was starting to become a teenager then. So for me, that's not really childhood. It's more like, oh, teenagehood. And I'm like trying to think about it. And I also feel like by that stage, what became available to us was also much more broad, because by that stage we had things like Cartoon Network and Nickelodeon and all these like American channels through our satellite service. So by that stage, anime in of itself wasn't such a strange concept. Like, you could rent it at video stores and things like that. But Dragon Ball Z was really the first one that aired on TV here. And then we got Pokemon, but I think everybody got Pokemon. And I think we might have gotten Digimon, but I don't think it really aired very long. I think it kind of aired a few episodes, or maybe the first season, and that was about it. It wasn't like super long running. However, the anime that I watched the most that aired on television here when I was that age with Pokemon and Dragon Ball Z is Medabots. And I will stand by the opinion that Medabots is 1,000 times better as an anime than Pokemon is. Medabots is the superior anime, and I will stand by that. Medabots is awesome. At least the first 2 seasons. We don't talk about the season after that where they changed everything. We don't talk about that one. But Medabots, really, really, really good show. And I feel it's been a little lost to time, which is unfortunate because it's really excellent. However, it could also be that it just pertains to my interests because there's a lot of like ancient civilizations and things like that in there. And as I said with Castle in the Sky, I am a giant sucker for like ancient civilizations who have like weird, like futuristic tech, but it's ancient, like that kind of thing I really enjoy in stories. And I don't know, Medabots has a lot of that, so it might just be my personal preference. So that's why I like that one a lot. I'm from Australia. Avatar would air on channels that would get anime, ABC3 and 99 Mate. It had 4 kids. Most of our cartoons were Canadian/Quebec. I think what made the show a hit was targeting a younger audience that dealt with the ideas of the ramifications of war, genocide, spirituality, and acceptance, and dealt with it in a mature way for the age it tried to reach. I mean, I can understand that. Oh, David the Gnome is the other anime I was thinking of. Well, anime again, it was a joint production. I can understand that, but again, I'm trying to think why it wouldn't really be as big a hit here as it seems to be in America. And as you say, with the war and trauma and things, and then I'm like thinking about other things I watched as a child, which might be more in line with that. Because, I mean, I grew up with Watership Down, which I know isn't exactly about war, but a little bit more intense than the average child programming. And that wasn't me, like, being a weird outlier. A lot of people grew up with Watership Down here. So yeah, again, it's something I'd really have to sit and think about. Like, just why did it not hit for me specifically? And then also, why, like, people who might have gone out of their way to try and watch it after they heard about it were not as enthused about it as I see Americans are. You need to play the prequel Professor Layton games. They deal heavily in ancient civilization stuff. It's awesome and the illustrations are so lovely. Which one is that? Because I have a few of the Professor Layton games, but there are quite a few of them I haven't gotten to yet. I haven't gotten to Unwound Future, which I know is the big one. That's the one I really, really, really need to make time for. Because I know that's the one where all the shit goes down. But I have played Curious Village. I've played Pandora's Box. I have the movie on Blu-ray. And I've played the Professor Layton versus Phoenix Wright game, which is way better than it has any right to be. That game is so good, and I don't understand why, because it's supposed to be a funny crossover game, and then it's actually really, really, really highly intensely good, and it's got really good story and really good characters, and it's just so well done. And I'm like, why is this silly crossover DS game this good? How dare they? That's true. My parents introduced me to Animal Farm when I was super young. The animated one or like the novel? I'm curious. Or the Jim Henson one, because I grew up with the Jim Henson one. I know of the animated one. I still haven't watched that one. But the Jim Henson one is the one that I watch the most. One of these days, I need to just sit down and focus on how you draw. You make it look so easy, especially the coloring. But listen more than watch, so I miss how you set up your layers and similar. I should probably do a stream at some point where I talk a little bit more focused on what I do, because I draw so much. So a lot of what I do, I just kind of do on the automatic, right? I'm not really thinking about what I'm doing, because I'm just going through the motions that I do when I draw for myself as well. But at some point I should do a stream where I just kind of focus on that and walk through my process, I suppose. The two games that deal with it the most are Miracle Mask and Azran Legacies. I think I have both of those. Actually, if you guys don't mind me getting up for a second, because they're right there on the shelf in front of me. See if I can get them without having to unplug my headphones. Here we go. I have... Sit down again. I have in my little DS case... Oh, here we go. Yeah, I've got Azran Legacy. I've got the Versus Layton. And I've got Miracle Mask. Okay, so I've got both of those. And I know I got Unwound Future recently. And the reason I haven't played Azran Legacy or Miracle Mask is because I felt I needed to play Unwound Future first. Because it goes into detail about Luke. And Luke's whole thing. And Luke's personal story, I believe. If I'm correct. They are so good. Start with Miracle Mask. You won't regret it. But shouldn't I play Unwound Future first? Because again, I'm thinking about the ramifications with Luke and Luke's entire story and like his whole situation going on. You don't need to play Unwound Future before them. Trust me. Okay. I will try and see if my DS is still alive. Although it should be, but you never know with electronics. But I'll give it a go. And I will let you know next time whether I manage to do so or not. Because again, trying to rein in the ADHD to actually focus is often a challenge in of itself. The animated one, they thought it would be like Barnyard. That's unfortunate. I always think about the fact that the animated Animal Farm is the very first full-length feature animated movie made by England. And that fact is just fascinating to me. I'm really curious as to who made the decision that the first movie that England wants to make is going to be Animal Farm of all things. It's really a bizarre choice for like, oh, England wants to make animated movies too, just like America, just like Disney. Let's start with Animal Farm. Just see, okay, so this one's thick. And then it's got the thinner one above it. My stabilization is right. There we go. And then she's got a star and a green star, which I could use a stamp for it, but it's a little unwieldy, so I'm just going to draw them rather than worry about it. There we go. Oh, wait, let me do it with anti-aliasing on, so just to avoid these jagged lines. There we go. Let me do a green one. Oddly fitting for England. In a way, yeah, I couldn't be able to tell you why it's fitting for England, but at the same time, it's like somehow that makes sense. Like somehow that's very on brand. The animated Animal Farm was funded by the CIA to stop the spread of communism. I mean, I can believe it. I'd have to double check that and see if that's true, but I 1000% believe it. It's just strange, like, why do that in England, right? Because England wouldn't really have to worry about that sort of thing in terms of, like, the timeline. But again, I'd have to double check. But that's the kind of thing I find very fascinating, is, like, why certain things are done, for what reason. It's like Saludos Amigos and The Three Caballeros. The reasons why those movies exist is because America was very concerned about communism. No, not communism. Well, yeah, communism, but to a more important extent, Nazism, getting its hooks into South America, I guess is the best way to put that. And they were very concerned about South Americans being sympathetic. So to avoid any kind of spread of Nazism, they kind of did this goodwill tour with Walt Disney, and they sent him to South America and told him to do a bunch of like, we're all friends here kind of shorts to kind of strengthen relations. And that's one of the big reasons why. And it's really interesting. At least to me. That's a pretty sad star. You shush! Don't insult my stars! Oh my god, the animated Animal Farm was actually funded by the CIA. That's nuts and hilarious. Again, I'm not that shocked because Saludos Amigos was funded by the CIA, as was The Three Caballeros. And if not the CIA, then at least something in the American government. I just watched Animal Farm 2 days ago. It's really good, both in terms of story and animation. The music is also neat. I've seen clips of it because I've wanted to use clips of it in other things I've done. And from what I've seen, I'm on the wrong layer as usual. From what I've seen, it looks really good. Like, I'm very intrigued by it. And whenever that abomination of a new animated Animal Farm comes out, it would be interesting to like compare and contrast to the British one. And the one coming out, I just know it's going to be a dumpster fire because you look at the animation style alone and it's like, this is not Animal Farm. Animated Animal Farm. I just want to show you guys if you are unaware because it looks so bad. Why does it look like that? I'm looking at the character designs again and I'm like, why does it look like this? Why do the characters look like this? Let's move this here. So this is the character designs for the upcoming Animal Farm animated movie. And I'm like, why though? It looks like... It doesn't look like a Pixar movie, but you know what I mean when I say that. In terms of character designs, it's got that very soft, very like rounded corners, the like soft animated Disney frozen eyes. It's got like the soft lighting. It's got like that look to it. And I'm like, you're going to tell the story of Animal Farm with characters that have these character designs. Why? I don't understand, because if you're going to go full throttle into Animal Farm the way the Jim Henson one did, it's going to clash horribly with that kind of character design. And if you're going to kidify it, which is probably what they're going to do, I bet that's more likely, everybody's going to hate it, because then it's not Animal Farm. Why are you doing this? Directed by Andy Serkis, really? Has he directed anything else? Seth Rogen as Napoleon is a wild choice. The fact that you're not joking is insane. Seth Rogen is Napoleon. Good lord. Absolute insane timeline that we're living in. But again, the Jim Henson one is pretty good as well. I remember being quite into that one. It does kind of have a more optimistic ending than the book, but I do quite like the way they did that one. Also, just because I think using puppetry rather than animation, it lends a sort of realism to the story, which is quite harrowing, especially if you watch it as a child, right? That's what made you think this timeline is insane? No, there's a lot of things that make me think that. It's just not the things that I think people would most commonly refer to as like, oh, this is why this timeline is insane. And I'd be like, no, that's pretty much expected if you read enough history. But the Animal Farm movie looking this way that's a bridge too far for me. There's a lot I can accept, but that one is one that I'm struggling with. Andy Serkis directed Venom 2. Did he really, or are you taking the piss? Because I can see that being true, but I can also see you saying that just to make fun of me, because I might believe it. After Chris Pratt as Mario, nothing surprises me anymore concerning voice jobs. I mean, that's fair. And the thing is also right. There are people where you're like, how on earth can you voice this character? And then they knock it out of the park. It's very, very strange. But I have long ago accepted that we've lost the war where voice actors should be the ones doing voice acting. And we shouldn't just get popular celebrity to voice a character. Like, we've lost that war. It's been too long. We've done it too many times. Katzenberg has won that fight. But it is something where I often think, well, this would probably make a lot more sense if we got real voice actors to do it rather than celebrity voice actors. He did? Okay. I believe you. I just want to double check. Animal Farm, 2025. Yeah, directed by Andy Serkis and written by Nicholas Stoller, who wrote a bunch of things I'm not familiar with. Okay, based on the novella, yes, blah, blah, blah. It's got Steve Buscemi in it, everyone. Yeah, and Seth Rogen. That one's the big trip up. Like, Steve Buscemi, sure, he's a very good voice actor. He's like one of those where he's an actor, but he's also a good voice actor. But Seth Rogen is the one that really makes you stop for a second and go, excuse me? But yeah, okay, so it's Andy Serkis. Bizarre. I think the craziest thing is not even the expensive to hire even famous voice actors. Wait, sorry, I'm reading that wrong. I think the craziest thing is it's not even that expensive to hire even famous voice actors. That's the other thing. Like, voice actors cost a lot less than big celebrity name. But I know why they do it. It's because it's a marketing stunt. So that they can put the person's name on the poster. And what makes me furious is it works. Because I don't watch them as often, especially not when they cover animated films. But when Bad Medicine, who's a reaction channel, when they react to animated movies, they will take like 5 minutes to try and figure out who the famous actor is playing a character. And every single time they do that, I want to like throw something at the screen. Because I'm like, how about you actually focus on the story and the characters instead of trying to play Guess Who with whatever celebrity it is. Like, it infuriates me so much. But yeah, it's a marketing stunt. And the thing is, it works. Because then you have people like Bad Medicine sitting there trying to figure out who the voice actor is. We should just get Tom Kenny to voice everyone. Literally everyone. Just get Tom Kenny to do it. Doesn't matter if it's like Mufasa. Doesn't matter if it's like She-Ra, the character. Just get Tom Kenny to do it. All of it. I mean, it could have easily had Chris Pratt, but I still can't decide if that would be weirder than Seth Rogen. I remembered that a weird voice actor was in it, but in the back of my head, I couldn't remember if it was like Owen Wilson. But I might be thinking of another movie where it's Owen Wilson doing a voice, and it's just very, very strange. And it's not Cars. It's a different movie. And I feel like that's a recent one, but I, for the life of me, can't remember what it is. I'd watch a one-man show of Tom Kenny. It'd be amazing. Tom Kenny and E.G. Daily. Yeah, exactly. Not, why am I blanking on her name, though? Jennifer, what's her last name again? Commander Shepard. She can't voice anyone else because every time I hear her voice, all I can think of is Commander Shepard, unfortunately. Except, the Darkness game. Eternal Darkness. She does the main character in that game as well. And in that one, she doesn't really sound much like Commander Shepard. It might just be that I think she was quite younger when she played that character. And she, Jennifer Hale, thank you. And in the earlier Scooby-Doo movies where she played Thorn, she also doesn't really sound like Commander Shepard so much in those. But yeah, again, when you see her in Velma, she just sounds like Commander Shepard. And it like really throws me off. Reminds me when Gabriel Iglesias was talking about voicing Speedy Gonzalez and the producers being shocked he could legit do the OG Speedy voice. Yeah, because like I'm complaining about actors doing the job of voice actors, but the thing is there are actors who are insanely good voice actors. And my mind immediately goes to Mark Hamill, where we know Mark Hamill as the Joker. But Mark Hamill also did voices for things like Powerpuff Girls. He's a few characters in that. And my go-to was always he did Larry 3000 in Time Squad. And I mean, if you listen... Oh, thank you, Avina. If you listen to Larry 3000, he sounds nothing like Mark Hamill. It's kind of amazing. Thank you, Avina. I'm doing my part. Thank you so much, Catharsis. But yeah, Mark Hamill, genuinely talented voice actor. A few years ago, I know he was talking about Star Wars, and he manages to like impersonate Harrison Ford's voice to a scary degree of accuracy, and it's really, really funny. On the topic of voice acting, I discovered that Ewan McGregor voices the main character in Robots. Yeah, I remember that. I still haven't seen Robots, but I do remember that has a bunch of like big name actors in it. I believe Robin Williams is in that one as well. I just rewatched Beauty and the Beast recently and somehow didn't know Tony Jay was in it. I'm also thinking, again, I'm terrible with names. Goliath's voice actor, he was Captain Anderson in Mass Effect. He's also a guy, I think he's just a voice actor. I don't think he's an actor as well. Although he might be, and I just may not be familiar with what he's played in. Keith David, thank you. Really, really, really good actor. And he has such a distinct voice, and yet when I hear him, I don't automatically think of the characters that he's played. I don't think about him when I hear the characters he's played, right? I think about the character, because even though his range isn't like insane or anything, he just has the ability to inflict the specific personality in each voice he does, which distinguishes the character enough that I'm not distracted by thinking about the actor when I'm watching the character. He was in They Live in the Thing. Oh, really? Okay, okay. Because, yeah, that's my big problem. That's why I don't like knowing what voice actors look like when I play video games, especially. I might have told this story before. Because sometimes I will be so distracted thinking about the actor while I'm trying to play the game that it borderline ruins the game for me. And this happened, I must have told this story before. This happened when I was playing Dragon Age Inquisition. I happened to be playing it around the exact same unfortunate time that the voice actor for Cullen had gone missing. I believe they've managed to find him and he's fine. But that was a big concern on Tumblr for a while, is that we did not know where Cullen's voice actor is. So every time I was playing a Dragon Age Inquisition, every time I spoke to Cullen, all I could think about was the fact that his voice actor was missing. And it like really, really destroyed the game for me, because instead of engaging with the story, that's all I could think about. And that's a me problem, right? That's not really a problem with like the industry or anything, but it is a reality that it's something I struggle with when it comes to voice actors specifically. I don't have this problem with actors for some bizarre reason. It's just voice actors, and it tends to just be video games. I don't know if it has something to do with the fact that video games are interactive or not. I'm trying to cheat the design on her dress at the bottom here because I don't feel like drawing intricate details. So I'm trying to find which one of my stamp brushes here will allow me to cheat the best and give me the best result. I don't know whether I have any other like swirly designs. I feel I should, but I'm not sure where I put them. Here maybe? No. It wouldn't be in the background. I wouldn't put it there. Effect, maybe? Okay. These are... That's confetti. I mean, no, that's not going to work. I might just have to use one of these ones, even though it doesn't entirely match the character. Robots is cheesy, but it's worth watching. It's kind of scary how well it has aged in terms of messaging. I saw people making posts about it not that long ago, saying the exact same thing, that it's actually a much better movie that should have gotten more attention when it came out. So I'm willing to give it a chance. It just, when it came out, I think it was hot off the heels of Shark's Tale. I think I might be misremembering that. So at the time, whenever we saw... or whenever I saw a movie that had a specific kind of art style, I just kind of stayed away from it because of the long-lasting impact of Shark's Tale. He's also Husk in Hazbin Hotel. Yeah, I need to sit down and watch like Hazbin Hotel from start to finish. I'm waiting for the second season to finish. Then I'll go through the entire thing. Kind of like I did with Steven Universe recently, where I sat down and finally watched it from one end of the show all the way to the other. Which did help me like get better perspective on it, and I changed my mind on a few things regarding Steven Universe. Not everything, but some things. It is a much better show than I gave it credit for, but I also understand why I absolutely hated it when I watched it back in the day. And it wasn't for any silly Lily Orchard reasons. It was mainly for some trip-ups at the start of season 2. Shark's Tale is a weird movie. It's one of those movies that a friend of mine likes inflicting on other people. Although their biggest go-to for that is Boss Baby. Boss Baby is like is their favorite psychological weapon to like inflict on others. Where he'll be like, have you seen Boss Baby? And heaven help you if you said no, you haven't. Because then he'll be like, oh, we're watching Boss Baby. The writing in Hazbin reminds me of Ruby, because they have the same flaw of wanting to talk about oppression without having any of their precious characters be oppressed, not even the villains. Yeah, I'll have to give it a watch, because I genuinely have no biases about it going in, other than I know a lot of people like it, and that it's a musical. And I will probably really like it for the musical aspect. I'm just sitting here and making like the same... I'm drawing the same line over and over, thinking it'll fix when I do it right. I'll probably like some of Hazbin Hotel because I just really like musicals, but I'm not going into it with the desire to like or hate it. Like, I don't have some kind of axe to grind with VivziePop, mostly because I'm not on Twitter, so I don't see when VivziePop gets into arguments with people, but also I don't really have a specific reason to dislike her. So I'm just going to go into Hazbin Hotel and basically just watch it. My only bias about it is that when I watched the pilot, I thought the character designs were rather busy, and I felt that they could be improved to be a little less cluttered. But apart from that, I've got like no beef with it whatsoever. Could you try clothing 6 once more? I don't know whether you're like making fun of me or not. I feel like you are, but I'm gonna stick with this. It's not perfect, but this is what I'm gonna stick with. Otherwise, I'm gonna be here all night. I just want to see, how can I erase parts of it just so it matches a little bit better with what I'm going for. I think this one's too high. This one as well, actually. If we just do it like this. No, I'm going to erase this whole thing again. You know what? I'm sure I have a swirl of some kind. Unfortunately, a lot of Clip Studio Paint's assets that you can download from the asset store are in Japanese or Korean or Chinese. And although they get translated in the asset store, they don't get translated when you download them. So I have all these folders with Japanese and Chinese and Korean text, and I don't know what any of them are. Okay, this is foliage. Okay, that's scales. That's posing. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Is this what I'm looking for? These are chains. I don't think so. Okay, dust, grass, nature. Okay, this is hatching. These are the ones I was using. Okay, those are braids. Grunge, sparkle decorations. We've got these, but I don't think this is what I'm looking for. No. Okay, those are ocean stuff, light leaks, sprays, sunshine, neon. Okay, rainbow, rainbow, rainbow. Noise, sparkles, blush. I can't even tell what that is. Okay, no, I can't find it. I might just have to bite the bullet and do it by hand, quite frankly. And I'll just draw like simplified swirls rather than trying to replicate the swirl design exactly, because again, otherwise we'll be here all night. So I'm just gonna do it this way, like this. Yeah, if we do it this way, it should be fine. Do that so that it comes up. It comes like this, and this one comes up, and it goes like this and like this. Okay, so that one will be below the camera, so we can just give it a little bit of suggestion of it. And here we can try and do it a little bit more obviously, like that. And here we can once again do this like that. Okay, good enough. That's fine. Okay, I'm back. I've not watched Hazbin Hotel yet. I'm also waiting for season 2 so I can just binge the whole thing. Yeah, pretty much, because I really don't enjoy the culture of like watching something and then spending hours and hours online theory crafting as to what I think is going to happen next or what I want to happen next. I like watching the show and following along with what the show is telling and teaching me. I'm not somebody who really enjoys coming up with my own story and then seeing if I'm correct. Like, I just don't really find enjoyment in that kind of thing. Why is everybody waiting for season 2? Hazbin season 2 is finished. Is it finished now? Because I might be getting it confused with The Amazing Digital Circus, because that's another one I'm waiting for it to finish before I sit down and watch it. Specifically, again, because I don't like the whole, am I right? Is my headcanon correct? What did you guys think? I better check with the entire fandom online, and we better compare notes as to what we think is going to happen. Like, I really don't enjoy that kind of thing. It might just be like PTSD from being in the Brony fandom back at its height, which is why I left, because I couldn't handle that kind of like, my headcanon, blah, blah, blah. My headcanon is more correct than yours, etc., etc. It's just a nightmare. Wasn't the main reason I kind of ducked out of the Brody fandom, but it was a contribution. I just know I watched Hell of a Boss for Stolas. I watched the Hazbin Hotel pilot, but I haven't sat down and watched the show itself yet. I do feel it's one I would like to talk about, and I have to sit down and watch it because I feel like there's a lot that can be said about the character designs. I mention this all the time, but I think it might be interesting, especially as somebody who actually did grow up on DeviantArt when that kind of art style was popular. So I can kind of like talk about the character design from that perspective, because I don't really know if that's something that other people who have reviewed it on YouTube have really discussed in terms of like, oh yes, I remember this art style from when I was on DeviantArt. I know that Sai Scribbles probably has, because she's a little bit older than I am, and she absolutely was part of like the Invaderism fandom crowd during its heyday back in the day. But I'm wondering if like people like Saberspark or whatever is even aware of that angle to the whole thing. The Hazbin Hotel show itself isn't finished. Season 2 is. Season 3 and 4 are in production right now. That might be why I'm confused. But once I have a little bit more time and I start focusing on videos again in January, I might just watch Hazbin Hotel during that time. Because like I said, my main focus in January is going to be finishing up Velma. But after that, I can start thinking about what I want to talk about next. And uploading the 1930s cartoon video has made me realize I kind of want to go back to doing a video that's a little bit more... I need to sneeze. Hold on. I want to focus on a video again that's a little bit more analytical, like the 1930s cartoon one is, rather than just sitting there and doing like the angry, funny reviewer losing their mind at a bad cartoon, which is funny. And, you know, it's enjoyable to a certain degree, but I do enjoy the little bit more intellectual approach to talking about animation in a broader aspect. And thank you. Hello, fellow Homo sapiens. It's a good username. Gesundheit. The boy, I thought you left. But yes, I will probably give that a watch in January. And like I said, after Velma, I'll think about what I want to talk about. I keep saying I want to do the Daikon 4 video, and I still do, but there's just a lot of material I have to read through to kind of get a better perspective on the entirety of how that thing came into being. Because I know the broad strokes of it, but I really want to get like deep into the entire production of it. And for that, I need to read like the Gainax report and all of that. Luckily, I don't need to read the entirety of the Gainax report, but it's still like a book I have to delve into. I'm just sad I'll be waiting for a century for more animated Lackadaisy, but they recently signed up with the same people who make the Amazing Digital Circus, like Glitch Productions or whatever they're called. So they have kind of more hands on deck working on it now. So we might not have to wait for a decade, but we'll see. Welcome back, Doughboy. Me personally, I don't mind theory crafting for fun, but don't let it go overboard or you could ruin your view of the show. That's the thing. It's fine to like come up with fun ideas and stuff. But again, being part of the Brody fandom in like 2014, it was not a fun experience. And it really got down to petty arguing about people's headcanons and which ones are like the most accurate and all of that. It was just a bad time, especially for somebody like me who's not into that kind of thing. I'm more interested in the character work and the plot and things like that. So focusing so much on like, oh, what are they going to do next? Or what does this episode say about the world building and things like that? Is incredibly uninteresting to me when presented in that kind of way, you know? Okay, for her hair, she probably has, I can't just see it offhand, but she probably has a bit of a gradient applied to it. So I'm gonna do that in overlay and just kind of give her a bit of gradient to just kind of make this a little bit more spotlighted than the rest of her, because I think I did this part okay without adding the gradient, but I think here I'm gonna have to do it like this, just like that. Well, I'll do this, but I'll bring down the opacity a little bit just to not make it as bad. Okay, yeah, that's good. And I'll throw the highlight on. You mentioned possibly a Steven Universe video in the wings as a possibility. Yeah, because I was thinking of doing a giving Steven Universe a second chance video. And then I can talk about things like, oh, I did not like it when I watched it for these story reasons. This is what I think people missed. And I say people, I'm not accusing like the entirety of the audience. I'm just talking about a specific group of people that I often see discuss things on Tumblr and stuff like that. I guess like Twitter too, but you know what I mean. And for Steven Universe, which was interesting to me, is the way that people keep talking about it. It came across to me that this was going to be a show where the focus of the show are these big space opera battles with anime arcs and things, and then people got really frustrated because these big space battle opera arcs kept getting interrupted by slice of life things that nobody was interested in. And then when I actually watched the show, I found out that no, the show is a slice of life show that sometimes very, very briefly has space opera things happen in it. But the space opera things are really not the focus of the show at all, and it's not what it's trying to focus on either. But then it makes a big misstep in the final season where that gets so much attention because they had to like really rush the finish. And it really screwed up the pacing. And that's like the kind of thing where I think that's a very interesting discussion you could have about it. But I do think like people behaving as if it's an anime with like this very important overarching story, and they were very, very angry at the slice of life things continuously infringing about the space opera stuff. That was just an incorrect way of watching the show, because it's clearly that's not what the show was trying to do. It's not what the show was aiming to do. And that just, again, watching the show myself for the first time, I was just very fascinated by that. And how I've seen fandoms talk about the show when I'm like, that's not the show. This is not the show that you guys told me it was. This is a completely different show. I do have my theories in video games, and I'm not sorry. I mean, like I said, it's fine to have the theories. It's just, again, it's like leftover annoyance from being part of the Brony fandom where it just got like really, really out of hand. I think Dana and me have spoken about this to each other before, where the Brony fandom became the Steven Universe fandom, which became the Hazbin Hotel fandom, because they all have like the exact same problems with certain members in the fandom space. And they kind of follow the same lines of conversation and annoyance in what people decide to focus on. It's actually kind of fascinating. And I feel like, which became the Digital Circus fandom, it's just what I'm about to say. And it feels like a lot of these people then moved on to Digital Circus, but then Digital Circus ended up being, from what Dana told me, more of like a psychological horror. So now the people that came from like Steven Universe and Hazbin Hotel don't know how to handle the fact that the show that they thought would be in line with those shows is a completely different genre than the one they wanted it to be. And that now they don't know what to do about it. So they're like all having a meltdown because the show is getting too dark, when no, that's what the show has always intended to be by the sounds of it. Which again, is similar to Steven Universe, where people complained that it was focusing too much on the slice of life stuff instead of focusing on the big space opera stuff. Not realizing that the slice of life stuff, that's what the show wants to be. Sounds a lot like the Undertale fandom. Yeah, I was very lucky because I have been in the Undertale fandom since 2015. There was a lot of bullshit in that fandom. To a lesser degree, there still is. But somehow I always managed to avoid it. Like, I never really got into big fights with anyone. I never got involved in any, like, big mass block lists or call-out posts or any of that. Like, somehow that all just, like, escaped me. I had friends in the fandom who had that stuff happen to them. but somehow I avoided ever getting involved. I don't know if it's because I don't I don't really ship characters. That might be part of why. I'm not very big into shipping at all. I am with certain things, as you guys know. With Mass Effect, I really like Garrus Vakarian and Commander Shepard together. In Dragon Age, I think Hawk and Varric together are very cool. And I like the Emperor in Baldur's Gate. But in terms of like shipping a character just to ship a character, that's not very appealing to me. And I wonder if that might be part of the reason why I often avoid fandom drama. Because I'm just not interested in like shipping wars. And I feel a lot of internet arguments, that's kind of where everything goes wrong. Is it feels to me, as someone on the outside, that a lot of it is rooted in shipping. I think the Undertale fandom has really leveled out over time, but it first blew up when I was in my formative years, so it's the one I always remember. No, you're not wrong. Like, you genuinely are not wrong. Because even as somebody who never was directly involved in any, like, online fights or arguing regarding it, I had friends who were, and I have friends who are adults now, but who at the time I followed because I liked their art, and then they were like 15 or whatever. And you can't believe the way that some of those people treated these kids who are literally teenagers. And then me being an adult, I'm like, what the hell is wrong with all of you? Why are you like bullying this teenager because you don't like what they're drawing? That's insane. That's pure insanity. So I'm always I didn't step in or anything. I didn't get involved in fights because I'm not gonna get involved. But I do remember quite often just like sending words of support via the Ask system and being like, hey, I think your art is very cool. I'm sorry people are being super awful to you. So yeah, no, the Undertale fandom, it's not that side of it didn't exist. It absolutely did. I just somehow managed to avoid it through some miracle, I suppose. Me X. Is that your OTP, Brian? Okay, now her eye. I don't want to give it too much shadow because it's going to give away this like really creepy stare she's got going on. But I don't want to just leave it as is, so I might make it a little bit different than how it looks in the actual art. Because I think her eye actually has a more detailed design to it. No, it doesn't really. It just has like the little light shine in it, but otherwise it's relatively simple, which is quite surprising because some of the characters in this game's eyes are really, really like detailed. Like with very, very specific lighting and shading and things. It's surprising that hers is so simplistic. In the anime, her eyes glow. That's awesome. Basic problem is people filling gaps in their personality with outside thing and then perceiving attack on thing as an attack on their personality. I mean, that's a big problem as well. And I think that goes even beyond just fandom. Because if you like a video game, or Star Wars, I suppose, and I'm not talking about specifically the Star Wars fandom so much. I'm talking about people who made Star Wars their entire personality. And then the Star Wars sequels came out from Disney and they were very bad. And so people were like, not everybody, but people were like, wow, this is really bad. And then people who made Star Wars their entire personality, like, could not handle the fact that people did not like the new Star Wars because they perceived it as a personal attack, when really, no, it's just that the movie is very bad. The Force Awakens is a very, very bad movie. Morley just released his, like, new part to his review after, like, 6 years. And I watched it last night. It was actually really good. I really enjoyed that. I watched his 18-hour review of Star Wars Outlaws, but I felt he might have over-relied on showing gameplay footage, which I understand why he did that, because there's no better way to explain how often something goes wrong in a game than to literally show you how often it goes wrong. But I do feel a lot of that video is kind of downtime of just showing you things going wrong. And I would have preferred maybe a little bit more discussion and a little bit less example. I'm so glad I only experienced general fandom drama from the sidelines. Yeah, like I said, I generally managed to avoid it, at least being involved, but I do see it. Because I mentioned the Brody fandom. It's not that I was like involved with drama. It's just the general atmosphere just really didn't gel with me. And I just did not really enjoy being part of it. So I don't want to say I left because it sounds like I made this grand exit, which that's not what happened. It's just I stopped drawing for it. That's as far as it went. I stopped drawing for it and I stopped watching the show. It's not like I made some grand declaration of an exit or anything. Like making a post that's like, I am leaving the Brony fandom because it has become apparent to me that this is no longer a safe space for people like me. Like, it's so cringe. A fan is short for fanatic, after all. I mean, that is true. Morley's deep dive on the character work in the sequel trilogy was amazing to see. His stuff inspired me to try out writing seriously. He's really good when he deconstructs character and writing. He's very, very good in like the mechanics of plot and things, which I find very interesting because I feel like I tend to focus much more on the psychology of characters and like interpersonal relationships. But his understanding of like the logistics of a plot as like a mechanism is very, very fascinating to me. But like I said, I do feel that his Star Wars Outlaws video focused a little bit too much on showing all the ways in which things go wrong in that game, whereas I felt I would have liked a little bit more on the discussion of the story and characters. But I also understand that game is so terrible. It might just be that there was genuinely just not enough to talk about. I'm sad you didn't. That would have been hilarious. It would have been very funny, but also I'm glad I didn't, because can you imagine me like 10 years later looking back and being like, good lord, I did write that, didn't I? Like that would be like the kind of thing that nobody ever lets you forget, and you just kind of have to be remembered as the person who made a big declaration of leaving, and it's just very cringe. Come on, which one of you is going to give me a nice shine the way I want you to? Kind of this one, I suppose. I suppose I don't want it to be too strong anyway, but I'm frustrated by it not giving me what I want. I suppose that's going to be the best I got. And yeah, strangely enough, she doesn't have like an eye shine that I can see at all, which is interesting to me. There you are. Yeah, she doesn't have an eye shine. Very bizarre. And I should probably add a little bit of shading to her skin just so that she doesn't look so washed out. Like, I can relatively ignore the clothing in terms of shading, but I always find that you can't really ignore giving skin some shading, because otherwise it just looks really, really dead. Let me see my cheat sheet here. Okay, what is this? Is this more a pink or a... it's a relative, like, straight up orange. So maybe maybe I'll go a little pinker just with the shading. And I'm gonna have to do it in a different layer, because if I do it in this layer, we're gonna get a bunch of black mixed with her skin tone, and we don't want that. So what did I use this for? Okay, I can do it because that's what the hair shine is on. I saw a comparison video between a scene in Star Wars Outlaws versus a scene in Red Dead Redemption. A Red Dead Redemption scene was 3 times longer, yet Outlaws clips felt 5 times longer in comparison. Yeah, and what I was very frustrated by in the footage that Morla showed from Outlaws, because I didn't play it myself, I actually really liked the character of ND5, and I thought it was really fascinating to have this character who lived through the Clone Wars and is essentially just a droid built to fight. And like, there's a lot of really interesting character work there, and they actually put it in the game, but then they literally do nothing with it. And it's almost worse that they did it that way. Instead of just having nothing, they have the seed of something very interesting, but then every single time the character voices anything interesting along those lines, they have K-Vess, the main character, go, well, that just happened, and it just like kills the scene. And it's worse than if they had just not included it at all, because it just makes you frustrated. No, I don't want that one. I think this one, I always use the same lipstick. It's a little bit too red. Yeah, it's a little bit too red for her skin tone. And these are the wrong shade, because they have a cooler undershade than I wanted. I mean, I suppose I can use this one and just kind of erase it slightly, so it's not as prominent. Soft, yeah. There we go. And then we can put the lip shine on it, and that'll be good. But yes, good video. It's not even that I have a problem with it being like 18 hours long. That's fine. I felt the structure of the video wasn't the best. But his Star Wars Force Awakens video that he just uploaded is very, very good. Where it's like, it's an hour and a half, I think. It's like an hour and 20 minutes. And it's literally just talking about the scene where Han Solo dies. Spoilers, if you haven't watched The Force Awakens, which you shouldn't. And just him breaking down that one scene and how it completely is so badly handled in terms of understanding the character. It's really, really fascinating to me. Just do that. Oops. And just give her some color there. I think that should be good. Oh, I should probably just do something with this strand of hair here. And then I think I'm good. What's our time? Yeah, our time is looking okay. I'm not giving you guys too short to stream. That's always my concern. I'm always worried if I draw something too fast that I'm not giving like a proper nice length of a stream. I might, because she's got this nice like rim light going on. I might want to add that, but I'll see. Kind of like that. And we can like just throw a gradient on her overall. Linear light, overlay. Okay, overlay is already kind of low, so we can just add that. Yeah, so we can just do that just to give her a little bit of dimension. That way. We can hide the reference because I think we're done with it. I'm not going to erase Lumpy. He can stay there. Because the thing is, her color scheme is so dark that I kind of do want to add the rim light to her. I also want to do this just like that. To also just help these colors here have a little bit more going to them. Like that. So yeah, I think I might just add the rim light. What was hilarious about that part of the video was when Morley showed a clip of Mike talking to James Rolfe about the scene, and James was so clearly just more checked out the more he heard about it, that where it like keeps cutting back to James, and he's just going, yeah, and every time the camera is like zoomed in a little bit closer. Please give her stars some love. The tie looks like she bought it via Temu. Fine. I will improve these stars a little bit. Oh, am I on the wrong layer? No, I'm not. So these are over here. Okay, so I'll lock this layer. And grab the right eraser. There we go. And I will try and draw you some good stars. I see Daboy is talking to somebody regarding... I've seen all the Star Wars films, but I completely forgot about that. I see you talking about animation styles, but I missed who you were talking to and what the conversation was specifically, and I'm kind of curious. Because whoever said that is correct. You can actually tell which animator animated the scene based on the animation style. It's like super, super easy with something like Chuck Jones. Like, Chuck Jones has such a very, very specific art style. You could almost immediately recognize when he animated something. Whereas Milt Cole, he also has a very specific art style, but it's easier to know when Milt Cole animated something based on how the character moves, because he has very specific mannerisms which he likes putting in the movies he animated, just to kind of show off that he was the one who animated it. I mean, I was talking about FNAF animations and how they were able to tell animators based on their style. That's what we were talking about. Yeah, no, that makes perfect sense to me. Because again, with like professional animators, you can very often tell who animated something based on the art style. Even with Sailor Moon, you can tell which director worked on an episode based on how that episode looks. And with Sailor Moon, it's extremely obvious because there are certain directors who have such a very, very specific style. And then you have Ikuko Ito, whose style is completely different to, I think it's Nakamura is the guy, and it looks like a completely different show. It's kind of crazy. The Milt Cole head swaggle, yeah, exactly. Like, whenever you see a character make that specific animation, that's Milt Cole, and he wants you to know it's him. Okay, and like I said, I think I am just going to add the rim light, which is a little bit overkill, but I feel like doing it, so we're just going to do it. Linear light, yeah, it's fine. And we'll do it in, let's see what color would work. Yeah, we can do yellow maybe if I just, yeah, that's good. So we'll do it in this, and we will use a pencil because it'll look nicer. I tend to use pencil when I do rim light anyway. Is that more of a direction thing, or is it kind of like every animator on the team brings their own flair idea? In the case of a movie that Disney made, it's every single animator. But in the case of Sailor Moon specifically, the animation director will have done a lot of the keyframes, have the in-betweeners in between the keyframes. So the entire episode would have a very specific art style to it because the director for that episode basically did a very large section of the keys. And that's kind of how you can tell. And I need to like delve deeper into the actual production line of Sailor Moon, but that is kind of the gist of it, where you can tell, oh, like this director worked on this episode because a lot of the keys follow his art style. But I also know for a fact that Ikuko Ito did the scene in the finale of the first season of Sailor Moon, but she didn't direct the episode. She only did that scene. But because it's so early in Sailor Moon, her art style hasn't developed all the way yet, so it's a little bit harder to recognize that she was the one who did that scene. Things like that. Like, there's very nitty-gritty things if you really get into it. Oh, you're talking about the FNAF animations. Okay, I see. And to double check, I know the terminology, keyframes are the start and end of movement, right? Not entirely. A keyframe are all the most extreme poses in a sequence of movement. So if you have, actually, let me do it this way. No, not you, here. If you have a sack jumping and you're going to do it, let's say 8 frames. The keyframes will be like, here's the sack at its start position, and then here is the sack in its most highest position. So it'll be, let me just think, so it'll be like that, and here is the sack at the end, and then you have it probably back to where it was in the pose it started, like this. So these would be the keyframes because these are the 3 most extreme poses. And then you would go to breakdowns, which you would add like, this is the anticipation, where the sack is like anticipating to jump. Then he jumps, and you might like make an overshoot in breakdown. That might be something you do in the breakdown phase. Then you have the squash when it hits in the breakdown. And then you have the final frame again. So this would be 1A, 2A, 3A, and then you would have, I don't know whether this would be in-betweens or if this would be a phase between breakdown and in-betweens. But it would be something like, now you've got this, so now in-betweens would be like to go from this pose to this pose, and you might favor frame 1 more than frame A1. In here, you would probably put it more or less in between just to give the sack some hang time. And here, your in-between will probably be an overshoot between the squash and the final frame. So that's kind of how it works. So this would be, so if this is 1A, this would be, would this be 1A1? I can't remember what the actual labeling is for the in-betweens. But that's what it is. So a keyframe isn't necessarily just the start and end of a sequence. It's the most extreme poses within a sequence. And when you play keyframes, even though there isn't like all the breakdowns and in-betweens, you should be able to understand what the movement is, even if you haven't done any of the breakdowns in between. So that you can kind of follow the movement. And a breakdown artist would do the breakdowns, and an in-between artist would do the in-betweens, but the animation director would do the keyframes. And they would get their keyframes from the storyboarder, and the storyboarder would basically do all the things like staging and composition and all of that. So it goes from the storyboarder who does composition and general posing, it goes to the director, and oftentimes the director will also be the storyboarder depending on the project. And then the director would do the keyframes, and then he'd hand it off to the breakdown animator. The breakdown animator would do the breakdowns, and then that would go to the in-betweener. And the in-betweener tends to be the one that does the least amount of, like, figuring out what the movement is. They just kind of have to do what they're told, because usually there will be a graph that tells you, okay, if this is frame 1 and this is frame 3, and frame 2 is exactly in the middle, these will actually tell you that for breakdown, it's going to favor frame 1, it's going to favor frame 2, and it's going to favor frame 3. So when you do your in-betweens, I've already told you, okay, we need an in-between there, we need an in-between there, and we need an in-between between these two phrases here. So when you are the in-betweener, you don't need to know or figure out on your own where in the movement you have to place the frame, because it's already mapped out for you. And that's basically how that works. Hopefully that made sense. Just want to grab this color again so I can get back to doing this room light. But yes, so that's why the director of an episode, the entire episode will often look the same way, because the director is the one doing all the keyframes. He's doing all the keyframes, and he's also supervising the animators as a whole and checking their scenes as well to making sure that their scenes are looking good. What does Ink and Paint do in this line of work? That's what I do. So what I do is they give me all the rough animation like this, and then it's my job to take the raw animation, and depending on what the job is, oftentimes it'll already have the clean outlines done for me. And then I go in, and the most basic thing that I do is I add just the flat color is one thing that I'll have to do when I get the scene. Flat color, and depending on the style of the show, I might also have to do the shading, and I'd have to animate the shading according to what the movement is, and I have to make sure that the shadow stays the same width, it has the same volume, it follows along with the movement, it doesn't boil or jitter, and it stays consistent with the light source. And if we're dealing with something complicated like a human face, that I make sure to like map out all the shadows exactly where they are, following along with the contours of the human face. And it's also my job to do things like make sure that gaps in the line work get fixed up so there aren't any small gaps. Everything works together well. There's nothing looking weird. If the animator send me something with extra lines that aren't supposed to be there, I go in and I either remove them, or if there's missing a line, then I have to go in and I have to add it. I have to check for continuity between shots to make sure everything is flowing correctly. I have to make sure that the characters on model, again, whether there's something that they forgot to draw or not. Like in Unicorn Warriors, we had very specific instructions as to Edred. When his shirt is ripped, we had to actually ask the client whether his chest, whether he should have visible nipples or not, because in some shots he did and in others he didn't. So we asked the client and the clients told us he doesn't. So then me as an ink and painter, I had to go in every shot that I got where those were still drawn in, I had to erase them. Things like that. It's like quality checking, it's flat colors, it's shadow. If we are using a different program that uses a specific style, I have to make sure that all the nodes are plugged in correctly and that the scene is set up properly. I have to make sure that everything has the right naming convention, because if it's not the right naming convention, when you get to compositing, it's all going to get screwed up and it's not going to render correctly. Like, that's my job. I can do animation and I have done animation, but currently the work that I do in ink and paint, I actually really enjoy it. And being somebody where I really like detail-focused things, and I tend to be relatively good at it, in my opinion, not to like praise myself too much. I just feel it's something that I have a strength in. I don't like getting corrections. I do sometimes, but I tend to have very minimal corrections because I'm quite good at spotting like details or things out of place or things that might need tweaking. So I don't often get told to redo a scene multiple times because I missed something. Very often when I get told to redo something, it's because there was something that I interpreted incorrectly, or the client asked to go in a different direction for certain things and things like that. So that's my job. It's kind of quality checking. It's also doing flat colors. It's also doing shadows. If the character has like stripes, I have to basically animate the stripes according to the model sheet and make sure that the stripes are moving correctly from frame to frame, and that it remains consistent and that it doesn't boil, and that the stripes don't suddenly change drastically between frames, etc., etc. So that's what I do. You're telling me there's a nipple cut of Unicorn Warriors out there? Yeah, I probably still have some of the scene files where that's still present somewhere on a hard drive. I see you're talking to somebody else. My ADHD brain craves tedium. It's not so much tedium. Some of it is, I suppose. But it's mainly like playing Where's Waldo. Because you get a scene given to you, and it's like 300 frames. And it's like, okay, color these 300 frames. Make sure all the details are added. Make sure the details are animated, because I'm the one who has to animate them. Make sure the shadows are animated. Make sure that everything has the right, like all the layers are named correctly. Make sure that everything is the right color. Make sure that there are no mistakes in the character design, etc., etc. Actually, I'm going to move this all the way up here. There we go. I hate finding games. Yeah, that's basically my job, is one big I Spy game. Like those hidden object video games, that's basically what I do. I'm also a sicko who enjoyed doing stop motion. Okay, you're one worse than me because I don't have the brain for stop motion. That is a superpower I unfortunately do not have. Stop motion is a freak power that only very, very few individuals are able to wield. Only steady hands when I'm dead set focusing. Yeah, for me, it's not even the steady hands. For me, it's mainly just keeping my head on which frame you're on and what movement you have to follow next. I know it's gotten a little bit easier with the use of like 3D that helps assist that kind of thing, but still, it's kind of a nightmare job. Do this. See, I mainly want to do like a rim light for this section, just so that her shoulder doesn't completely disappear into the back of her hair here. Because I don't want to do like a very detailed shading job on her jacket, so just doing that a little bit shows what's going on here. And I might just leave it at that. I don't think I need to go too crazy further, although I might just add it here just to do that. And I think that's good. I could go a little bit more. Oh, you know what I can do? I think I just want to do a little bit more here. I wanted to say I could go a little bit more extreme with it with the hair, but I also don't want to overwork it, because if I overwork it, then I lose the clarity of what I'm trying to do in the first place. And then it kind of kills the entire point. There we go. I think that's good. The fact that she doesn't have an eye shine is kind of terrifying to me, because I keep wanting to add it, but she just does not have one. Oops, not that one. There we go. So there we have Manhattan Cafe. And I'm gonna scooch over. And there's 15 minutes until it's 1 a.m. So I'll probably just like chat a little bit until I say goodnight at 1 o'clock. I tried to do stop motion as a kid, and sometimes I liked it, but I hated having to use my hands. Just give me a powerful computer and let me do it digitally, aka 3D animation. Thirsty. Yeah, like stop motion, it was given as a class when I was at college, but I didn't take the class myself. And I just don't know whether stop motion is really something that I have the personality for, because it's a completely different skill set. It's even a different skill set from being a 2D animator. Like, you have 3D animators, you have 2D animators, and you have stop motion animators. And even though there is a lot of like bleed over from one to the other, there's a very specific reason why certain people specialize in certain styles of animation. And it's not because they can't do the other forms of animation, it's just you have the medium that you feel most comfortable in. Like me, I'm a 2D animator, and I always have been. Back when I went to college, I did take 3D, and the reason I took 3D at the time was because there was concern whether 2D animation would have a future at that point, because so many people were leaning more and more into 3D. And here we are, however many years later, and I have only ever had one job animating in 3D, and for the rest of it, I've only worked in 2D animation. And I mean, that is what my strength is, that is what I specialize in at this point. So that is kind of what I identify myself as, I suppose. It's like, I am a 2D animator / ink and paint artist. That's the umbrella that fits me. The diet of the stop motion animator is smoking. Yeah, when I went to college, we used to joke that stop motion animators survival for cigarettes and coffee. And that's it. They were basically like ballerinas. And let's see what else is going on in chat now that I can focus. YouTube has completely changed the layout of what the live stream studio looks like. So now I can't really check certain things because I'm not sure where they moved that. It's not that it's worse. I'm just not entirely sure where everything is, I suppose. They've also made it, I noticed this on like one of the person's video. I was really shocked. You can now, I think it's only if you are the person who uploaded the video, but you can now reply to comments using a audio voice clip instead of like writing out a comment in text. Like, as if you're using WhatsApp or something, you can send somebody like a voice clip as a reply to the comment. I haven't done it yet because, as you may have noticed, I'm a little bit all over the place when I talk off the cuff like this. But I kind of want to try it just to like see how it works, because I was really shocked when I saw somebody who posts videos replying to somebody like this, and I was like, you can do that now? And I checked. I think it might only be on mobile for obvious reasons, but I checked and I've got the option to do that. I still don't have like the hype button. That hasn't been released for me yet, but I've got the voice notes update, which is interesting. I also have the horrendous update where there's like an awful AI chatbot that you can like talk to on a video, and you can like ask the awful, horrible AI chatbot about the contents of the video, which I don't know why that exists. I suppose if you were like watching a video and you're concerned that it might contain content you don't want to see, you can like maybe ask this horrible AI chatbot to tell you if it is in the video. But I mean, it's an AI chatbot, so it might give, it can tell you anything. It can be completely wrong about that. But that's the only thing where I can really think about why that exists, because I can't really think of any other reason for that to exist. Like, why on earth would there be a chatbot attached to a video? Like what's the point? I don't understand. Maybe if you're somebody where you like watching videos and you need somebody to like chat with to discuss the video, it's like, oh wow, that's crazy. Did you hear that? And your friends are on a different time zone, so you can't like chat in Discord. Maybe that's what it's for. Very strange. And the other reason, pleasing shareholders. Yes, well, we know that reason. That one's obvious. The TLDR bot, I guess. I mean, yeah, but you get like the AI summaries on certain videos, so you can just like look at that. You don't really need a chat bot, because that's extra steps. With the AI summary, you can like click on it before clicking on a video, and it'll just tell you what the video contains, even though it's oftentimes wrong. But that already exists. Whereas the AI chatbot, you have to like click on the video first, and then you have to click on the little ask button, and then you have to type in your question. It just seems like needlessly tedious. That's like depressing as hell. I'm just trying to think of any reason why you would use that other than asking it, hey, does this video contain flashing lights? Like, that might be a worthwhile reason to have a ask chatbot on a video, because I don't really put content warnings on my videos anymore. I did for the 1930s video that I re-uploaded recently, and somebody in my comments made fun of me for it. But the amount of videos that exists on YouTube where people don't consider the fact that it contains flashing strobing lights and that is genuinely dangerous to some people is quite shocking. And it's not like I expect those people to automatically be aware that that's a danger in their videos. But I do think if that might be a reason to have the chatbot, that somebody who has epilepsy or anything else that might get triggered by strobing or flashing lights, it is kind of a tool you can ask, I guess. Like, hey, does this video have flashing lights? And you hope the AI is accurate when it answers you. What if the AI doesn't know what flashing lights are? I mean, it might not, right? Again, it's a chatbot. It's not something that's designed to be accurate. It's something that's designed to respond to questions, which is very different to something that's designed to give accurate answers. Those are two very different functions. It's just very strange. And I was kind of tilting my head when I saw it, mainly because I'm a little unsure as to what its function is. Chatbots are just yes men? I guess so, but I will say, I really like watching Best Guests videos because he's hilarious. He does sometimes use AI in ways, like he uses AI more than I'd like, but he doesn't use it in terms of like generating art. But he used a Skyrim mod, which basically turns every single Skyrim NPC into a chatbot. Like, where the chatbot gets fed that specific NPC's background and what factions that NPC belongs to, and a short blurb as to who the NPC is. And you can like interact with the NPC like a chatbot where it will respond to you. And in his Skyrim video that he made using this mod, he had a bandit chief who he wanted to bring to the Jarl of Whiterun and like answer for his crimes and like redeem him and turn him into a city guard. And this NPC argued with Best Guess the entire way there. It would not agree to a lot of the things he was telling it. It would just be like, no, I am a bandit chief. It like was not on board with trying to be turned into a guard. So that whole thing of like, oh, they're just yes men, it does make me wonder, because this character was absolutely not a yes man, because it kept arguing with him. Very, 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 very strange. Hey AI, does this video have flashing light? AI, that's a good question for another time. Would you like me to make a list of all the movies that have flashing lights in them? I got a question circling back to what you said about 2D versus 3D. Given you primarily work in coloring, would you ever work on cel-shaded film? Oh, I see what you mean. I thought you meant like actually on a physical cell for a second there, like with physical paint. Kind of, because if I think about like Unicorn Warriors, even though that wasn't a cel-shaded show, it essentially worked how you would do cel shading. Because I don't want to get into too much detail into production, because I don't know how much I'm allowed to say. I mean, the show is out now, but still, I don't want to accidentally say anything that might be NDA. But if you watch Unicorn Warriors and you watch the video as it is, you can see that it has hard shadows on those characters. So for cel shading, it would basically be the same thing, but instead of having hard shadows like that, you would use colors that are a different shade to the flat colors, and you would just have to animate that in basically the same way that the shadows are animated in Unicorn Warriors Eternal. It would basically be a similar style of animation. It would just be a different way of handling the colors. So same animation, but different technical application. You'd have to like separate, you'd have to separate like the technical aspect and the animation aspect. Where again, animation same process, but technical application slightly different. Again, Tartakovsky watching right now to make sure you don't violate your NDA. It's like tapping his foot, leering over my shoulder. Oh, cel shading and 3D animation specifically. No, that wouldn't have anything to do with me, because that would be a software thing. Like, that's basically a programmer would have to develop a plugin or a piece of software that would then apply that to the 3D model using like mathematical equations. It wouldn't be so much an artistic side of things. It would be a much more like programmer side of things. And it would need like an artistic eye to determine like the look of the color and the shading. But the actual creation of it is much more like programmer than it is like animator. I have to leave, but see you next month. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Thanks for hanging out, Andrea. I'm going to be leaving pretty soon too, so you're not going to miss much if you duck out now. But thanks for hanging out. I am finally free from work and the mail room. The mail room, you've escaped. I can't wait to play catch up with everything else on Monday. Yeah. Dana has escaped the mail room, everyone. Cel shading is just changing the way light falls on an object, isn't it? Yes, see, this is a little bit outside of my wheelhouse regarding 3D, because this would require a very, very specialized, like, lighting engineer to handle that. Because you would, like, the light wouldn't work the same way that diffuse lighting would work in the 3D engine. This is something I would probably have to ask my friend about. He's not in chat today, and I don't think he's active because it's a little late here. Let me just check. Yeah, his Discord says he's inactive. So it's not something I can just ask him. But my friend actually knows how to do that in Blender. So he would probably have a better idea, because he's used Blender for like effects, whether it's like things that glow or if it's like applying shadows to models and things like that. Like, he'd have a much better idea how that's done in 3D than me, because I'm one of those people, even when I animate things in 3D, I'll sit there and I'll be animating something in 3D and struggling with it, and all I'll be able to think to myself is, this would be so much easier if I can just sit down and draw it. And I think that's kind of why I'm a 2D artist, because when I've done 3D, so often I'm like, this would be so much easier if I could just draw it. And even when I do like 2D cutout animation, I'm like, this would be so much easier if I could just draw it. And then, you know, I do the job I do now where I just draw the things. When something needs fixing, I just have to draw it. Unless it's like nodes and things where I have to like do a bunch of like, plug this into this, make sure that this node is the right name, make sure it's got the right effects node plugged into it in the right order, and make blah 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 blah, make sure it's got the right naming convention and all of that. That's like its own thing. I thought cell shading would just be taking a 3D model and color as if it were 2D. Didn't know all that went into it. Yeah, I mean, you could do it that way, but that would be a lot of effort. It's much, much easier to have somebody like program a lighting engine that can apply that kind of shading to the model. Because if you were to do that by hand, I mean, you could, but it's like making extra work when you don't have to, and there's a much easier way to do it in engine, I suppose is how you could say that. There's an easier way to do it within the program itself rather than having to do it by hand. And you could, if you're like a crazy person, which there are crazy people, make no mistake, because I'm thinking like Cuphead, right? Because Cuphead, I recently found out, not only did they hand animate everything on pieces of paper with pencil, like crazy people, apparently even the like outlines for Cuphead, those weren't done digitally. Like, they did the inking for those characters by hand on paper. So there are crazy people out there who will do insane things just because they could. Another example is the movie Loving Vincent, where every single frame of that movie is literally done in oil paints. You need to be a crazy person to do that, and yet somebody did it, you know, so crazy people exist. So I suppose you could do cell shading in 3D by animating everything in 3D, and then exporting it as a bunch of PNGs, and then importing those PNGs into like Toon Boom or TV Paint, and then tracing over the 3D, and then applying cell shading. I mean, you could do that. It'd be insane, but you could do it if you felt like it. Oil paints per frame. I don't even want to know the cost. What was the budget of Loving Vincent? Loving Vincent movie. Why is it a crime thriller? It's a biography. Where's the budget? Okay, plot, production. Okay, here we go. The filmmakers chose classically trained painters over traditional animators because, as Welkman said later, he wanted to avoid artists with personalized styles and employ people who were very pure oil painters instead. A total of 125 painters from over 20 countries traveled to Poland, of course it's Polish, Poland to work on the project, following selection from around 5,000 applicants, okay? Blah, blah, blah. The creation of the storyboard. Since artists typically painted over frames once they have been photographed, only 1,000 of the total 65,000 paintings produced during the course of the project survived. That's insane. I'm gonna have to like really do a deep dive on Loving Vincent and its production, because that's a movie somebody made. They made an entire animated movie out of oil paint. And oh, here we go. Here's the budget. $5.5 million was the budget for Loving Vincent, an entire animated movie made out of oil paints. How long is it? Is it like feature-length film? Let me check. Sorry, this is now a Loving Vincent stream, everybody. This is no longer an art stream. This is a Loving Vincent stream. Where is your runtime? Check Letterboxd. Letterboxd will know. Details. 95 minutes, yeah, so it's a full feature-length film. 95 minutes, fully animated, oil paint. Insanity. I'm pretty sure, I think a lot of the animation is rotoscoped, so they at least didn't have to think about like the actual animation side of animating, but still, that is an absolutely ridiculous, insane amount of work that they didn't have to do, but they did it anyway because they had a very specific look they wanted to go for the movie, and that's what they did. Look at this. This might be something I'd have to make a video about, just because it's pure insanity, and I'm not sure how many people are familiar with Loving Vincent, because it's a weirder art movie, right? So of course I know about it, but I don't know how many people are aware of this movie. Hey, Jim. Yeah, I'm about to say goodbye. I just went on a tangent about the movie Loving Vincent, and I'm not entirely sure how familiar people are with this movie. Here's a frame of the film. Let me just grab this. There we go. So that's what the movie looks like. The whole movie looks like this. They mortgaged their houses. Also, the fact that the movie was stolen from Best Flick of the Year by Coco is crazy. Don't even get me started, man. It's just like what happened when... When Big Hero 6 stole the Oscar from Fantastic Mr. Fox. Oh, no. Fantastic Mr. Fox, I believe, was Up. Which, I know there are people who like Up. I am not the biggest fan of Up, because I don't think it's a particularly good movie, quite frankly. I don't think it's terrible. I just don't think it's a particularly good movie. But the fact that Up won the Oscar when its competition was the Fantastic Mr. Fox and Secret of Kells, and I don't think How to Train Your Dragon was that year. I think Toy Story 3 stole the Oscar from How to Train Your Dragon when that came out, if I remember correctly. But there is a very long line of mediocre Disney movies, or even good Disney movies, stealing the Best Animated Picture Oscar from much more deserving films. And the reason why is because the people who vote for the Oscar for Best Animated Feature don't watch all the movies. And I might have talked about this before. Let me see if I can get the quote again. Animated Feature Oscar. Don't watch the films. Let's see if Google knows what the hell I'm talking about. I know it's a Cartoon Brew. Yes, here we are. I found it. Haha. I might move it onto the other window so you guys can see. So, when was this? 2015. They interviewed the people anonymously who voted on who should win Best Animated Picture. And the candidates were How to Train Your Dragon 2, Big Hero 6, Princess Kaguya, the Ghibli movie, Box Trolls, and Song of the Sea. And here was some of their reasoning. Voter 1. If you can call anything a snub this year, it was the Lego Movie, which was one of the best animated movies of the year. I don't know what happened there, but it is inconceivable to me. Of the 5 they did nominate, my favorite is Big Hero 6, which was adorable and original. Okay, so that's fine, right? That's his opinion. They watched all the movies. They liked Big Hero 6 the most. Next person. Where's our Finding Nemo this year? It's not a very great group. I liked Song of the Sea and Tale of Princess Kaguya, but I'm voting for How to Train Your Dragon 2 because it was superbly entertaining and works on most levels, although its story could be a little better. Again, that's a good reason. Next person. Okay, they abstained. I never got a chance to watch those screeners. There were so many films to watch and I just had to pick and choose. So they abstained. This person says, I love Big Hero 6. Then I saw the Box Trolls and I thought the animation was great, but the movie didn't knock me out. I must admit that I have not seen How to Train Your Dragon 2, but I have seen Song of the Sea and Tale of Princess Kaguya, both of which I loved. They were really unique. If I was just voting for animation, I would have gone with Box Trolls, but since you have to consider everything, I went with Big Hero 6. Okay, I disagree because it's Best Animated Feature, but okay. Next person. I only watch the ones that my kid wants to see. So I didn't see the Box Trolls, but I saw Big Hero 6 and I saw How to Train Your Dragon 2. We both connected to Big Hero 6. I just found it to be more satisfying. The biggest snub for me was Chris Miller and Phil Lord not getting in for the Lego Movie. When a movie is that successful and culturally hits all the right chords and does that kind of box office, for that movie not to be in over these two obscure freaking Chinese fucking things that nobody ever freaking saw, an apparent reference to the Japanese film The Tale of Princess Kaguya as well as the Irish film Song of the Sea. That is my biggest bitch. Most people don't even know what they were. How does that happen? That to me is the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. And they voted for Big Hero 6. Next person says, I saw all 5. I like to sit down with the young people in her family and watch them. We all loved Big Hero 6 and there was no discussion, no argument, no nothing. The kids watched that one 3 times. What does that tell you? And then they voted for Big Hero 6 because their kids liked it. Next person says, frankly, I didn't see any of them and they abstained. And there's more talk about the best animated short, but yeah. So, like they said at the Game Awards, fuck the Oscars. And that is why I will check who won Best Animated Feature, but I never put any kind of weight into who won Best Animated Feature ever, because the people who vote for these things, they vote for what their kids like. They don't see all the movies. They only watch a few of them, and then they pick the one of the ones they watched, or they just, yeah, it's that. It's basically that. And that was 2015, but that was a sample size from something that has been happened a lot. And that came from Cartoon Brew, which is one of the most trusted news sources for animation. Like, this wasn't some tabloid article website like Screen Rant or anything like that. This is like the website that discusses animation news quite in depth. It's a very, very trusted site. So that's also important. Anyway, I see the chats like blowing up. I'm glad you understand. Like, I've had like 10 years to digest that article and just kind of like understand the insanity going on there. But I'm glad to see that people in the chat are just as incensed as I was when I heard that the first time. And yeah, I agree. Big Hero 6 is not even a good movie. I'm sorry. It's not a good movie. It has good parts in it, but it is not a good movie as far as a whole product goes. Never use your kids as reference for what makes a good film. Kids also like Caillou. I mean, that's true. I'm trying to think of like an example, but I just think of the trash I watched as a kid and like genuinely liked, like literal garbage, like that I watched again as an adult, or I saw clips from, and it's like literally like you know that movie that people make fun of, A Talking Cat? Like, I see a lot of YouTubers review that one. Like, that's the kind of shit I liked as a child. It's awful. Or like the Air Bud movies, like the ones that they make these days with like a bunch of puppies, and like the puppies can talk and they go to space and they get superpowers and shit like that. Like, kids like that. That's the kind of shit kids like. And you're going to like give something like that an Oscar. I mean, come on now. But yeah. Why do these voters get paid? Well, they don't get paid. They're part of the academy. They're part of the academy, and because they're part of the academy, they get screeners sent to them for free. And with the idea that they will watch the screeners, and then they will vote on the ones that they feel deserve to win whatever in that category. The Cat from Outer Space. No, but isn't that the one from like the 70s? I remember quite liking that. But again, I haven't seen it since I was a child, so it's very possible that it's also garbage. But yeah, I remember liking The Cat from Outer Space. We all used to watch and like shit as kids, part of being a kid. It is? Yeah. I should watch that again. I bet it's terrible if I were to watch it now. It's very campy, but I love it. I think it probably can get a pass for being from the 70s, because the older a movie gets, the more willing I am to forgive it, because the age becomes a bit of a novelty, right? because I like watching movies that are quite old, because I like thinking about them in terms of like context of when they came out and what went into them and things like that. But which is why I will watch terrible old movies, but I won't watch terrible modern movies, because I live in the time those movies came out. So it's not as fun. I see Mima just losing their minds. It's very funny to me. My parents died when I was 3. Remember, brother, who has been living with his aunt for 11 years? Why can't they watch the whole thing? I don't know. I know that my friend who gets screeners, they get screeners because of their parents who work in specific parts of film. I'm trying to be vague on purpose here. And I know that they get a lot of screeners, and a lot of those movies don't even get nominated, because they also have to like choose which movies get nominated. And so my friend really likes taking the screeners of like the worst movies, and they would watch that with their friends in like a Mystery Science Theater way. So there is part of it of like time to sit down and watch a movie. Because my friend also says a big problem in Hollywood is that the people in the most upper rungs of hierarchy, they're so busy doing their jobs of making movies, they don't have time to watch movies. And it sounds insane, but I can actually understand how you end up in that situation. But yeah, it's a big problem. And now you get nepotism into the mix. Yeah, there's a cyclone of issues going on there. But yeah, I agree. If you're going to do the Oscars, like a few people in that interview said that they abstained because they didn't watch all the movies. And I mean, that's fine. That's what you do. You didn't watch all the movies, so you abstain from choosing the best one. I'm more irritated at the people that did watch all of them and then chose the one their kids liked. That to me is a much bigger insult. Especially when the movies you're choosing between include things like Song of the Sea. Like, really? You're gonna tell me Big Hero 6 is better than Song of the Sea? Okay. Manhattan Cafe is looking lovely. Thank you. We've got Lumpy here next to them because somebody asked that I don't erase him. So now he's just her scary invisible friend. I hate to say it, but I think you're right. The West just doesn't view animation on the same level as live action. No, they don't. It's not even a controversial thing to say it. It's not even being like... It's not something you say because you're bitter and angry. It's just like a statement of fact. And it's very strange. It's very, very strange. And what makes me even crazier... I should be getting off, but I just want to get this off my chest. What makes me even crazier is now you've got anime, right? Which is basically mainstream at this point. But the problem is... people think of anime as its own genre. And when they talk about anime, what they're actually talking about is what in Japan is called battle manga. It's not even shonen, it's battle manga, which is a subgenre within a bunch of anime aimed at the shonen age group. So people will talk about anime as if it's a genre. And that drives me crazy as well. And that's like a West thing as well. Right? So the West is like, animation is for kids. And they're like, well, here's a bunch of animation from Japan, and it's not for kids. And then they go, oh, cool. So it's all like this, right? And it's like, no. This is the stuff that is made for specifically like 12 to 18-year-old boys that focuses on fighting. And they're like, oh, so that's what anime is, right? Like, it's not even enough that they have to, like, umbrella term animation in the West as being for kids. But now they have to umbrella term animation from Japan as if all of it is battle manga made for shonen. Like, it's insanity. It's like, why? Mima is still losing their mind. But why? Even when you are presented with an entire... backlog of animation not aimed at children, you still feel the need to pigeonhole it into one specific genre. It's crazy to me. I don't get it. Why are you like this? Why are you like this, West? And I'm allowed to say that because I'm right on the Greenwich Meridian. So I am right smack dab in the middle. So I can refer to the rest of you guys as the Westerners. Because technically you are, because I'm in the middle. Ah. I remember my mother asking me if the calendar I hang up on my wall is not too childish for me to have. And when I showed her the Blue Blaze girls in various states of undress. Yeah, again, maybe it's just because I have weird hippie parents, but I grew up on like Watership Down and things like that. So I luckily never really had that problem where it's like, why are you watching children's cartoons even though you're like turning 17 or something? I think I at least, because my mom really enjoys art movies. So I think like luckily in my household at least, the perspective on animation was a little bit more nuanced as just like, oh, it's for kids. Because my mom was used to seeing things which were, you know, artsy bullshit. And it's kind of why I, as an adult, also kind of like artsy bullshit. It's one of the reasons why I bought Death Stranding, even though I haven't played it yet because I'm still playing Baldur's Gate 3. I'm excited to get to Death Stranding because I realized when people told me, you know, there's been mixed things people say about it. And then I realized all the things people say about it that they dislike sounds like artsy bullshit. And I'm like, wait a minute. I like artsy bullshit. I will probably really enjoy this. So, yeah, you know, bit of a tangent. My point is, I luckily dodged the whole animation is for kids problem. Hey, CPF, have you ever used your dream as a sort of artistic inspection? I think you mean like applying it, like whatever I dream about artistically. Not really. I don't think my dreams are coherent enough for that sort of thing. I mean, America and by proxy Canada, to my chagrin, is very much like that. But is Europe much better in regards to respect for animation? They actually are, especially France. I'm not the biggest fan of the method that the French tell stories sometimes, but it's a style thing. It's not so much a quality thing. But they have a very, very vast amount of animated films, which are adults. The one that I still want to watch is, I think I mentioned it before, is Bonnell and the Labyrinth of Turtles. And Bonnell and the Labyrinth of Turtles is about the 1920s, 1930s socialist who went to the poorer sections of Spain and filmed a documentary about it. And this animated movie is a pseudo-documentary about Bonnell making this documentary, and it's an animated movie. So there's that one just off the top of my head. There's The Red Turtle, which is kind of an anime, but also not. I think it was a joint Ghibli film, but it's not that it was a Ghibli film, but it was a film which Ghibli animators worked on. Let me see. I actually have a list here. Maybe some of these will... Oh, there's Fantastic Planet. That's always a classic. It's from the 70s. I guess, oh no, you're talking to somebody else. I thought you were talking to me because I was about to say, no, I'm not German. Fantastic Planet is one. Allegro non troppo is another one. Which again, these are 70s, but it establishes some kind of like foundation. What else do we have here? Time Masters, again, that's 80s. Fire and Ice, I think, is American. But that's Bakshi. And Bakshi can just do whatever the hell he wants. Okay, Star Chaser, The Legend of Orin, which is a movie that exists. And The Man Who Planted Trees, I believe, is Canadian, if I remember correctly. Okay, Kandahar is French. What else do we have here? I'm just going through this list quickly. Okay, Monkey's Tale is kind of for kids, so that one doesn't... Feliday is German. Feliday is actually pretty good. I really like Feliday. I like the animated Feliday so much I ended up reading the novel, which is also really, really good. So Feliday, like I said, that's German. Waking Life, I think, is American. It might be Canadian, but I think it's American. Interstellar 5555 is an anime, but it's also French because it's Daft Punk. Okay, Secret of Kells is Irish. Nocturna, I believe, is Spanish. Anomalisa, I'm not sure. Anomalisa is American, I think, if I remember correctly. I might be wrong. Let me just double check. The Little Prince stop motion film, I know that one's French. Okay, The Prophet is Canadian. Okay, there's The Red Turtle. Yes, it's such a beautiful day. I think it's American as well. Let me just check. What are the details for this? Yeah, Anomalisa is American. But yes, the Europe has a much longer history of having animation that is not purely aimed at children. It tends to be a little bit more varied. Because I'm also thinking, I often talk about it, my favorite short film of all time is The Reward, which is a student film. It's about 9 minutes long, and that one's Norwegian, if I remember correctly. And that one's not for kids. Like, it's very unmistakably not for kids. And I'm thinking also, like, is it called The Boy and the Crows? Something like that. There's a French movie, something along those lines. I can't really remember. That one's not really for kids. You've also got The Triplets of Belleville. That one's not for kids either. There's The Magician. I don't think that one's for kids. Kids might be able to watch that one if I remember correctly, but I wouldn't call it like a kids movie. I think kids might get quite bored in that one. But yeah, there's just a much longer line of animated films. Anyway, I see Brian saying, I'm going to help my dad with something. If you're not here when I get back, have a good Christmas, everyone. Thank you. Like I said, I should actually get off 5 minutes to past, so 5 minutes before I go. If anybody wants to, like, slip a last thing in there. Why does the US look down on animation? Are they stupid? Are they stupid? That is a very fascinating question. It's a problem that dates back all the way back to the Hays Code, but I don't think it's the Hays Code that started that problem. I believe it was because Mickey Mouse was very he was popular amongst children, even though Walt Disney did not make him for children. And then the Hays Code came, and the Hays Code was like, okay, well, kids like Mickey Mouse, so now Mickey Mouse can't display behaviors that children might imitate. He has to be a good boy now because kids like him. And it's like, oh. You know? But yes, I'm going to say good night. We've got Manhattan Cafe here. I will make the thumbnail and I will upload her. Let me just get Lumpy on his own layer here. Because otherwise she's going to have her sketch layer behind her and it's not going to look good. There we go. So he can just haunt her perpetually. I'll put her in the thumbnail and I'll see you guys next year. Next year, we'll probably have it a little bit later in the year again because I procrastinate everything. But also because it's my birthday in January and I think I'm on the 21st. So when does that? I feel like that's going to be on a weekday or on a weekend. I don't know why. I just have a feeling. Let's have a look. December. Where can I go to the next month? Why won't... Oh, here we go. January. Okay, no, the 21st is on a Wednesday. But yes, we'll probably do it much later in the year. In the month, rather. Because, again, mostly just procrastination. But I will say good night. Alright, let me go to my Streamlabs here because I have to do the whole thing with the thing. Change this. And I should get like a transition thing. You know, where there's like a swirl or a splash or something where it just changes from one screen to the other. And I will end with some a remix from OC Remix of Microsoft Flight Simulator. And I will see you guys next time. Bye-bye.